Hello, hello. Happy Friday. In the spirit of trying to make Fridays a little more of a variety game day again, because that was always the point of the Friday stream. Today we're doing some GregTech. It's been a while. I did one. I am one of those Minecraft players that can't stand still. I'm sorry. I'll take my hands off the keyboard. A while ago, and I'm not sure how long ago it was, a long time ago, I did one or two Money Factory streams, which is a mod pack on top of GregTech and a bunch of other stuff. It's an updated version of Nomi Factory, which is an updated version of Omni Factory, if you're a real old school modded Minecraft player. Hello, pig. But I kind of bounced off of that, and I do still like GregTech. I've played a lot of hours of GregTech in my life, and it does seem like it ought to be a good fit for the channel as long as I can find the right mod pack for it. This is probably not the right mod pack for a long-term playthrough, but it'll at least get us an episode or two, filler episode when I need to do something different on the stream or whatever else. So what are we playing? Let's open up our quest book. This is the GregTech Community. What's the actual mod tech called? GregTech Community Pack Modern, which is the main sort of. It's intended as like a tutorial pack for the 1.20 plus updated version of GregTech, which is GregTech Community Edition Unofficial Modern. And every single one of those adjectives is a different time that GregTech has been like forked over the years. But yeah, so this pack is pretty much just GregTech with some basic additions to make it not absolutely miserable to play. I took some time before the stream, and there's a whole section in the quest book about ore generation in GregTech, but it's different from in vanilla Minecraft if you're not familiar with it. And if we look at our map and turn on ore veins, you could see I took a little bit of time before the stream. I wanted to make sure that we had everything that we needed. Especially, we've got a coal vein, we've got diamond veins. I found a reasonably flat area for us to start building in. So this is where we're gonna be at when we kind of really get started with the quest book. So, going back into quests, the very first thing, of course, it wants logs, it wants a crafting table. I've already built a crafting table, but we will get logs. You can see all of the tiny piles of dust from all the ore veins that I clicked on. But let's get some fresh logs so we can finish this quest. I'll just pick up this crafting table. I probably should have thrown Ultimine into the pack, at least for grabbing trees, but we will get a GregTech lumber axe soon enough, and that will help a lot with the tree grabbing. All right, there we go. That will be the first quest. And this says, if you're familiar with GregTech, many nerfs to vanilla recipes, and this is absolutely true. If we look at the recipes for buckets and paper, when we get to that point, we will see that they stink. What this is telling me is that the crafting table is still the vanilla recipe, which is delightful. And yeah, I already made one because I needed to make this chest to get all this crap out of my inventory so we could actually start. All right. So, here we go. Ore generation. This is what I was talking about All ore is generated in huge veins, and it has something called visual prospecting by right-clicking on an ore block in the vein, or right-clicking and picking up this dust that's on the ground, which I'll show you in a second. And then we've got, yeah, like this diamond surface rock. If I right-click on it, I pick up this tiny pile of diamond, and then, of course, the vein is already on my map because I've gotten all of them, but if it weren't, it would have been added to my map. That's just a checkbox quest, and then this is telling me about the dust, yeah, which I just explained. All right, so now we're early game. This is telling us that charcoal is terrible. Wood to planks are the same, plank to crafting table is the same, but for charcoal, we need a coke oven. That's part of why I wanted to make sure that I found a coal vein nearby. We also, if we look at this quest book, it wants us to find iron ore, and there's lots of different iron ores in GregTech, but we do have one nearby. It wants us to make a lumber axe, which I said I did want to do, but we'll not be able to do that until we get some GregTech tools, because we need to make plates. Basic resource gathering is going to give us a bunch of iron, so I do want to do this early on, and in fact, this is all relatively easy to do. So I think that should be, like, our first goal, is that early resource generation. This just wants rubber saplings, which we'll achieve at the same time as this quest, and then once we start getting a little bit of resources, we'll dive down and get ourselves the iron ore that we need. Why did I make a wooden axe? Wooden pickaxe. Let's find some stone nearby. I might have to go down to get stone. Maybe. That's gravel. That's not stone. Is there stone nearby? Maybe right up here there's some stone on the surface? Which, you know what? We're playing with cheats. Let's just do this. Look at that. A little bit of stone. That's all I need. And did I set home already? I did. Beautiful. Playing with cheats is pretty much explicitly encouraged by this pack, using home, using waypoints for teleport, etc., etc. Because, again, the goal is just to play through GregTech, kind of refresh my brain on how GregTech works compared to when I was playing it more regularly a long time ago. And we don't need all of the other difficulty of Minecraft getting in our way if that's all we're trying to do. Okay, we've got some basic stone tools, and our goal right now, like I said, is to do this quest. So let's open up our map, and let's find some trees, and we should be able to get the rubber that we need over here. Oh, well, I was hoping for rubber trees, but we got birch. Oh, there's a rubber tree. Okay. And, oh, ew, it's touching birch. That's okay. We'll turn the birch into charcoal. We don't have to actually use it. There's a piece of wood in here somewhere. There it is. And then I need a few more of those rubber tree saplings for this to actually complete that quest for me. Oh, that's the 4 that we need for the early resources quest, but we need 8 for a second quest, so we're going to go for 8, by the way. And apparently that is enough wood for the charcoal quest. Fantastic. That'll give us a little bit of early coal. So, yeah, we got this rubber tree, we got this charcoal quest. What do I need to progress? So we got our rubber saplings, we need some sand, some clay, some stone furnaces, and I see a wall of stone over here, so we're just gonna grab what we need. It says to make 8. I'm gonna make more than that. I prefer to have... What did I decide on? 12? I think 12. And I could talk about why as we move forward, but it has to do with iron processing. You want to have... It's easier to do iron processing if you have 9 furnaces rather than 8 furnaces, and I also want to have extra furnaces for doing things that isn't iron processing. And that means that we are going to start with 12 of them, which is a stack plus 16 stone, which will take a little while to mine out with a stone axe, but not too much time. Fortunately, furnaces... Wait, are furnaces vanilla? I should double check that. Make sure that I'm not grabbing more than I need. Furnaces are vanilla in this mod pack. That's what I thought. There we go. Just put some of that dirt away. All right, that is enough cobblestone. We also need a little bit of clay, a little bit of sand, and a little bit of sugarcane, and we will teleport somewhere to grab that. I mean, there's sand right near where our base area is, so that is good. Okay. And then I see a little bit of green stuff over here, sugarcane. We'll grab that. And that should be... Yeah. Cool. This quest... Oh, I still need the clay balls. I lied. I'm not done yet. where's a good spot for some clay? That looks like clay right there. That is clay. There we go. And we're going to need a lot more sand and clay, but I'll wait to gather that until I have some better tools, so we don't have to spend as much time dealing with it. Oh, I didn't actually build my furnaces yet. I'm like, why hasn't it tripped? Oh, I did not do my math right, did I? That's only 11 furnaces. All right, we need one more. But the reason... I'm going to skip ahead a little bit. I don't know where this... Oh, here we go. Better than iron. This does talk about wrought iron. Wrought iron has a very low carbon content. Makes it tougher than regular iron. GregTech tools made of wrought iron are 50% more durable. So we want to make all of our tools out of wrought iron, is what I'm saying. Unfortunately, you do everything in... nuggets to convert iron to wrought iron. So I'm making all of these into these nice piles of 24. We had a little bit of coal. Do we have enough coal? No. Okay. So we're going to need to go gather a little bit more coal. There is a coal... That's diamond. Coal is here. Okay. We're just going to dig straight down, and we're going to hope that we can find some coal pretty quickly. Oh, look, I found coal. So these are, because this is GregTech, these are in raw coal form, and each coal makes two, makes two full coal when it's cooked. So we'll need to gather a little bit of this and start getting coal cooked. I'm just going to go for 16 because that's a nice even number, which will make 32 coal, but we're also going to use 2 coal to cook it, so it'll net us 30 coal. And we can start doing some of this wrought iron work as well. But yeah, you'll see these iron nuggets turn into wrought iron nuggets. And it is time-consuming, but like it says, there are better ways to make wrought iron eventually. But for now, we have to do it the old-fashioned way because this is GregTech, and that's what we do. Oh, and I can make my last furnace, too, because I miscounted my stone earlier. You'll notice stone dust, stone, all of this ore. We're gonna end up with a bunch of stuff, and the way that we're going to deal with that is by ignoring it for now and throwing it all in one chest. But pretty soon we are going to want to start thinking about better storage. We don't have a lot of storage mods in this pack. I could have added something, They do kind of encourage you to add stuff. But I wanted to keep it as close to sort of the base as possible. So we are sticking with what they have. And what we have is storage drawers and, of course, applied energistics. So we're going to be starting with storage drawers as soon as we start getting large quantities of some types of ores, or just for stone, or things like that. Did I add sophisticated storage? No, I didn't. Okay, yeah. And we have sophisticated backpacks, so we can work on backpacks as well whenever we feel like doing that. Once we start doing longer mining trips, we will definitely want a backpack. All right, we should have at least some, yeah, wrought iron. Oh, and it remembered from my test run. Cool. And we get a little extra. So this just wants me to get, okay, just get an iron ore. I think I vote, I'm gonna finish that mission. We're gonna come over here where it thinks I have a gold vein, or a magnetite vein, which is a combination of gold and iron. We're just gonna jump right in. Yeah, there we go. Magnetite ore. Does that finish the mission? It does. Cool. Just because this is going to unlock the parts of the quest to do tools and things like that, and I want to get better tools before I spend a bunch of time mining. Otherwise, it is slow and tedious, and I am trying not to have this be slow and tedious. Okay. So to start with, we're going to make a hammer. I guess I should be going through the quests and showing how this is done. Hammer is generally the first GregTech tool. Oh, and it gives me some plates. Cool. It's used in a bunch of recipes. We'll use it to make plates, which we need for other GregTech tools. This is telling us here to make a bucket. You can see we need these plates and the hammer. And then plates, well, we can use a forge hammer to make them. But early on, we'll be making them, unfortunately, from 2 ingots each with a hammer. So these early GregTech tools are very, very expensive. We are going to make a bucket. Oh, those are iron plates. Oh, and I do need iron plates for a bucket, don't I? Not wrought iron. So we'll deal with that bucket recipe in a minute when I have some more. Iron ready to go. As I recall, if I mine with a hammer, yeah, it goes right to crushed, but it only gives you 1, so it doesn't give you ore doubling. It's just... but I can go ahead and mine all this up, and we will get a little bit more iron on the go. And we'll use this for, we'll use a little bit of this to make that last iron plate that we need for our bucket, and most of the rest of it will get fed into early wrought iron tools, because the iron that we got from other quests is not gonna cut it. And then this one iron here, I'm going to make another chest because we're running out of room in the first one, but it can just go in here for now. All right. So other tools that we're going to need is a wrench, a saw, and a file. Which saws give us more efficient wood usage. Wrenches are used as a crafting tool, and they're also used for pipes and other machine management things. And then any quest with the tool crafted from any material, not just the one displayed. Yeah. Okay, so a GregTech wrench needs 4 plates and a hammer, and a file is 2 plates. So we're going to need 5 more plates. I have some of these recipes memorized because I've done a lot of hours of GregTech in my life. So there's our file. There's our wrench. What was the last thing it wanted us to make? A saw. Yeah. And the saw, I don't remember. 2 plates, a file, a hammer, and 2 sticks. Okay. Oh, I had some sticks still. Whoops. All right, there's our saw. More tools. I will build these as we need them, and we will need them over time. And this is saying that we can use this crafting station, and that is in fact what we're gonna want to do. So we're gonna make some adjustments to our setup here, just so that I don't saw. There we go. Turns it into the crafting station. And the crafting station, as the quest mentioned, can access this inventory. So now I can throw my tools, anything that I want available during crafting into here. And this chest can be whatever I don't want available during crafting. So we'll grab our sugar cane, we'll grab clay and sand, because those are crafting materials. We'll grab the sticky resin, sticks, cobblestone, sugarcane. I should set up a proper sugarcane farm in a minute, but like dirt can go in here, all the various ores, things that we're not going to use for crafting, basically. Birch, especially, can stay far away from any crafting. So, if we grab this hammer, we can make 1 more iron plate, and we can finish that bucket quest as well. And it gives us this wooden barrel. Take this barrel full of water. We just wanted to show you that all GTCEU tanks are portable. Thanks. I'll just put this down here. I actually am going to make use of that water right now because I'm going to make a little farm for my sugarcane so I can grow it a little bit because I don't have that much sugarcane. I didn't really check the chunk borders when I started making this like map, and boy, I built my base right in the middle of 4 chunks. All right, that's actually fine. I just want the chunks force loaded so that when I'm off mining or whatever else, any ore processing that we have will keep going, and so that when we come and go, we don't break any GregTech machines or multi-blocks that we have set up with weird chunk loading shenanigans. There we go. Oh, nope, not quite. So yeah, I'm just going to set up a little row of sugarcane over here. The usual way that one sets up a sugarcane farm. This is not GregTech New Horizons, so water is unlimited. There we go. And we'll just drop this sugarcane that we got right here. I thought I saw some more over here. I did. We'll turn the chunk borders off for now. I don't think you have to worry about chunk borders quite as much with modern versions of GregTech as you did back in the day. But just the same, it is a force of habit. I think about my chunk borders when I'm playing big mod packs. Okay, so now that we've got some basic things going, I also need a place for some, like, coal. Coal should really end up in, like, a storage drawer, so I'll hold on to the coal over here until I get storage drawers set up. The next things that I want are the lumber axe and this mining hammer, because these are going to make gathering resources more efficient. The mining hammer especially. And we once again also do not have enough coal, so we're going to have to get these all started with one, and then we'll come back with more coal. I should have set a waypoint, the coal hole, and I didn't. So we're going to have to go back over to it. Can I, like, teleport into the hole? Yeah, I can. Okay. Oh, well, that's... Let's make ourselves another pickaxe for now. Although, actually, do I have what I need for a mining hammer? That's a question. Not quite, but close. Mining hammer needs 6 plates, which is 12 ingots. I've got 7 here. There we go. And this is 5 more. So we'll make our mining hammer before we... go off and keep trying to do before we get more coal, and then we'll be able to use what we get from that to make a lumber axe. Mining hammer. Bucket does not belong in there. So with the mining hammer now, it mines in a 3x3 area, just like that. If you crouch, it only mines 1. That is pretty much it. And it is a much more efficient way to get resources than trying to mine by hand. We're going to burn through it pretty quickly and have to repair it, but that is okay. Yeah, cool. That is quite a bit of, well, 44. Let's go for a little more. And you can see now why something like storage drawers is on my early to-do list, because we're going to be coming home with stacks and stacks of resources using the mining hammer like this. I am playing on peaceful mode, so we don't have to worry about mobs spawning in here, although I should probably think about making torches anyway, because light is nice when one is streaming. But yeah, there we go. That's a couple of stacks of coal and a lot of cobblestone. And we're definitely going to have to start setting up storage drawers for all this cobblestone that we're going to collect. All right, while those are running, what else can I do as far as the quests go? This wants us to get copper, so we'll have to get copper. I can't make the lumber axe just yet. And it wants us to think about the coke oven. Before I do the coke oven, I want to make a spade. Yeah. Because we're going to need a lot more sand and a lot more clay for coke ovens. We're going to want to make... What did I just press? We're going to want to make a lot more than one coke oven, and that's just going to be a lot of resources. So while this coal burns, which we're going to need the coal to make the wrought iron, maybe I should actually go mine some iron. We've got an iron hole over here that I started making, right? So let's do that. Let's find this magnetite vein. I think magnetite veins don't exactly spawn like in a nice flat plane like some of the ore types do. Yeah, you can see it kind of wanders off in like a diagonal sort of direction. But we should still be able to get plenty of ore out of this thing. I think we might get more if we go down another layer, so we will. Oh my god. There we go. How much have we got so far? Only 51. We're getting a lot of gold and other things. The magnetite vein is not the best vein for just, like, straight-up iron mining. There are other ore types that have more iron in the vein. So I probably do want to go find one of those. I know I have them on my map. I just haven't taken the time to do them. But we have 56 magnetite, which is a multiple of 8. So you know what? That's good enough for me. And we're already out of space in this chest. So let's get ourselves going with a... Well, first things first, let's go grab some oak, because I don't want to have birch be my color scheme. Ew. And then... we're gonna make some storage drawers. What do I need for storage drawers? I will need to make a mallet, alright. And then, yeah, a bunch of planks and a chest. So let's go find some trees. I'm not going to be able to necessarily build all of the upgrades that I'm going to want early on. So we might end up with, like, more than one cobblestone drawer. But it will still be much, much better than filling up chests and chests full of cobble. Okay, I think that's everything I need. So 6 wood to make a soft mallet. Check. 24 planks. Make 3 chests. And then, oh no. Yes, because we want 3. There's 3 storage drawers. There we go. So let's start with, like, all of our cobblestone. There we go. I don't know where the quest for the storage drawers is. It might not be until, like, LV sometime, but regardless. Storage drawers. And that, yeah, frees up a bunch of space. The other thing that's currently taking up 2 stacks is stone dust. There we go. I think pretty much everything else is fine as is. Sticks can go in here. Just getting these a little more coal in them so that they're prepped to be able to do more wrought iron when the time comes. Because we are going to go through a lot of it. You know, I already killed my first mining hammer, which I'm going to make another one of. we are going to go through these things very quickly. Let's make our spade. That will replace our shovel when the time comes, and then we're also going to need to make a mining or a lumber axe. And for that, we need 2 plates and an ingot. We've got an ingot, we don't have the plates. I apparently did not put very much coal in this. I'm just waiting for this to make a 16th. Because we're doing everything with regular coal and it's regular burn time, multiples of 8 are still more efficient. We will have 16 for each of these machines to start working on. Alrighty. Let's take a look at the quest book again and figure out our next sort of steps. We've got the lumber axe, which it still wants me to make, which will give me some spruce saplings, which is great. We'll use this for a lot of our coke production, which means that we want the coke oven first. The coke oven is going to be our first multi-block. Here it is. And you could see, and the thing with the coke oven, unlike other GregTech machines, if you're familiar with GregTech, there's a concept called wall sharing, where when you have buildings that have, or multi-blocks like this, that have the same, like this 3x3 block of coke bricks, you can say, oh, they have the same wall, that you just use that wall for both of them. You can't do that. You cannot do that with the coke oven. So we need to build them each separately. So they each need 25 coke oven brick blocks, plus the coke oven itself, which is 4. So they each need 29 brick blocks. We are going to want a lot of coke ovens. We're going to want a lot more than one. Plus, you'll notice when we make one, we have this awful leftover compressed coke clay, and that's just terrible. So we could do 2 coke ovens. But we still have 2 leftover bricks, and now I'm sure you're getting the idea. We're going to do 4 of them. So this is what we need. And this is why I wanted to get the fancy shovel for faster digging before we started gathering resources, because this is going to take a hot second. EMI, however, will show us what we need to gather up there. Let's grab, the bits that we already have. Let's throw in our tools here that we're not taking with us. And let's head back over, well, we'll start, I guess, at this little desert slash beach area. And this beach is not long for this world. I'm just going to break this stone shovel all the way so it's gone. And then we will switch to our spade. And we're going to be going through getting a lot of this sand. There we go. And you can see, just like the mining hammer, this spade works in a 3x3. So this is pretty much my life for, not as long as you might expect. When you're mining 9 blocks at a time, getting 700, not as terrible. Yeah, we're already a third of the way done. And it's quite fine if we end up with extra sand, because we're going to have other types of bricks that we need to make not too far in the future when we start thinking about the ovens that we need for steel. Still need 86 more sand. Okay. Looks good. And next we need a bunch of clay balls. Okay. Clay is going to be a little bit harder. It does show up in rivers. This looks like there's a bunch of clay here, although that could be gravel. That is sand. Yeah, that's gravel. If that's gravel, then that must be clay on the other side of it? Yeah, okay. And this is not going to be as fast as gathering the sand was, just because clay tends not to appear in those kinds of configurations. Here we go. I was saying clay doesn't appear like this, but here we go. This certainly helps a lot. Alright, we've got about 200. We need about 200 more. The fortunate thing with clay, even though it does not appear as readily in large blocks, unless we find the right biome, it will appear. We get 4 for every block that we mine. And that helps significantly with how long this takes. All right, 2 more stacks, which is only 32 more blocks. And it tends to be in rivers, which is why I'm kind of looking around through the rivery areas for anything that looks like big splotches of clay. That might be gravel, not clay. Yep. And down here, what do we got? Oh, I see some in this lake. How are we doing? 25 more. And I think that's good. Nope, not quite. There we go. Now we're good. That's a lot of clay. Okay. The other thing we're going to need for all of these bricks is a wooden form, which comes from an empty wooden form and a knife. If I want to make a wrought iron knife, what does that look like? Okay, a plate, a stick, some other things. I need some more wrought iron. You can see how quickly we go through all of this wrought iron. All right, knife, and then the other ingredient was a empty wooden form, which is just a plank and a saw. I should have used a saw to make that, but oh well. All right, there's our empty form. So now we can go ahead, whoops, and make let's see. There we go. Make a whole bunch of these bricks. There we go. We probably made some extras because I think I had some extra I think I had some extra wow, I'm having an absolute brain fart. I'm sorry. I think I had some extra clay in my inventory. So that would have ended up in a few extra coke bricks, but that is okay because we'll use them eventually. Don't worry, they'll get used. It does look like, yeah, I'm gonna want more coal sooner than later. That's for sure. And then I have a little bit of iron, which we're going to need to think about turning into wrought iron probably pretty soon. But while I'm waiting for the... while I'm waiting for those bricks to smelt, I can make a new mining hammer. Because that's going to be... oh, I already made a new mining hammer. Well, fine, I'll make another new mining hammer. And I should also probably think about making a new spade, but I just used all of my wrought iron on a new mining hammer, because I forgot I had already made one. I got ahead of myself there. And then these 32 iron will get turned into wrought iron, but we kind of have to wait until my furnaces are free, because I'm using them all for... bricks right now. And then it looks like I'm going to need a little more coal. I'm looking at topping back up what we used here. Plus, yeah, I mean, if I make 7 for each of these... this one's only going to burn 3. I think it only gets 2. And then 1 comes off, and I've got a little bit of extra for other purposes. Yeah. I think that's right. I'm not totally sure that's right, but I think it's right. All right, Twitch is yelling at me that it's ad break time, so I'm going to let Twitch do what it does while these smelt. When we come back, we're going to make a bunch of coke ovens, and we're going to start making charcoal, we're going to start making coke, and we're going to push forward into the Steam Age. I will see everybody in 3 minutes. Welcome back, everybody. We've still got some bricks cooking, but we should have plenty get started. Well, I say plenty to get started. Yeah, we can get this one going. We're going to want 4 of these actual bits here, which means we need a bunch of iron. Glad I didn't... Glad I didn't go ahead and turn all of that into wrought iron preemptively, because... There we go. 4 coke ovens. Let's take a look at our chunks again. And they're 3 blocks wide. I want to leave a chunk or a block between them. So 4 of them is going to be, well, 15, 16 blocks, basically. So it'll be, I'll just do it right on the edge of a chunk here. Well, I'll do it 1 back from the edge of a chunk. And you can see how they're all going to line up. And the last one should take us right to the edge of the chunk. And it does. Okay. Oh, Grim, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I don't know if Prime subs get Founders Badges, but if they do, please enjoy your Founders Badge. If they don't, sorry. But I really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Whoops. Let's see. Can I add this? There we go. That's what I want. Yeah, no worries. I know it's hard for me being on the West Coast to make a stream time that works. You did get a badge. I see it. Yeah. It's hard for me to get a stream time, you know, living on the US West Coast that works for, like, my time zone and the US East Coast and Europe. It's impossible, but I appreciate you watching the VODs on YouTube, and I appreciate you making it by. I do want to try to get some, at least, whoops, that's in the wrong spot. I dropped trying to do weekend streams, which were my early morning, because, well, they just weren't fun for me. But hopefully I can find a way to get something a little bit earlier in the day, if only on, like, you know, special occasion streams or something, even if it's not regular. All right, how many extras of these did I end up making? Oh, just 1. Okay, that's not so bad. Only 1 extra coke oven brick. And that is 4 coke ovens, which is a lot more than the game told me to make, but I've played enough GregTech to know that I am going to want those. All right, let's Instead of going back into the magnetite hole, let's find a better... Here we go. A better vein where we're going to have better iron yields. I think the one that's just called an iron vein is probably the way to go. Hopefully it's not too... There we go! This is what we want to see for iron. I should really make some torches and at least throw one in my offhand. Make the stream a little bit nicer to look at when I'm down in holes like this. It looks fine on my monitor, but I'm sure with compression, it's not as nice. All right, how did we do here? Yeah, let's get a little bit more. I want to get like a stack at least of the goethite, and then however much hematite and yellow limonite we get out of that. All right. And let's go back. Yeah, I'm gonna need more coal as well very soon. I have a little bit, though. Did these all end up with 10 in them, by the way? Oh, they did. All right. Dump all of this stuff. Dirt has officially overflowed, so it can get a storage drawer now. These wooden tools need to literally die in a fire, but I don't have flint and steel yet, and this is GregTech, so instead they're going to go over here, and I'll just wait for them to despawn. Okay. Looking at the quest book, it wants us to get copper and tin, or get a bunch of copper or tin, and it'll give us a bunch of the other one. So the ratio to make bronze, which is what it actually wants us to do, is... let's see, we're going to make bronze from bronze dust, and we'll mix the bronze dust ourselves. There we go. 3 copper and 1 tin. So I'm going to find a copper ore, and I'm going to go for, because my reward is 32 copper or 32 tin, if I can get 96 copper ore, then we can take the 32 tin as a reward, and we'll be able to make a bunch of bronze from that. So that is the plan. Let's find a good copper vein. I saw one here, didn't I? Copper, chalcopyrite. Yeah. I'll head over to this vein. It's not... I mean, it's copper, but it will do. Pyrite is also just a bunch of iron that's going to be in the middle of this vein. That isn't necessarily what I want right now, but I think it's probably the best option. Cassiterite and garnet sand. Oh boy, that's not what I want. That's tin. If I don't find this shortly, I'll teleport to another one, because I have the ability to teleport, and I may as well use it. Salts, that's another iron vein. All right, this is also one of these same copper veins, but let's see if I have better luck actually finding the vein in this one. Alright, so raw copper or vein. Oh, the spawn range is 80 to 120 for these veins. Okay. So these will never appear in this flat terrain. They just won't work right. I need to find mountains if I want those copper veins to actually... Let's try here. Maybe this is high enough. 90-something? Yeah, it might be. Maybe not. But yeah, that can happen with GregTech or veins, where it'll create a vein that's, you know, oh, I want to put copper here, but it's not actually high enough in the air for copper. And then it just won't actually put any ores where the vein is supposed to be. All right, we're up at 96 here. I do have another mining hammer, right? Yeah. Try this one. This is very dark on stream, I'm sure. Nope. Yeah. Oh, this says, here we go, the copper tin vein. This is... Or a copper vein. Oh, I was looking at the wrong vein. Minus 40 to 10. Okay. I didn't go deep enough then. That was the problem. It wasn't that I was too high, it was that I didn't go deep enough. So let's go back to like this one, and we'll teleport back into our hole. And, because yeah, we're at like Y27. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong... What vein did I look at then when I was like, hey, how do I get this? Oh, the tetrahedrite vein. Okay. Yeah. Which does not even appear in the overworld. That's a nether vein. This is the one that I was looking for. Yeah, minus 40 to 10. Okay. So we need to go significantly deeper. There we go. Look at that. Chalcopyrite, copper, a little bit of pyrite, which is an iron-bearing ore. We don't care so much about the pyrite and the iron right now. We do want all of this sweet, sweet chalcopyrite. So I said I wanted like a stack and a half of... Ooh, my inventory's already full. Let's head home. Let's drop off a bunch of stone. That'll free up some space in our inventory. Looks like we do want to think about maybe making more storage for some other stuff in here as well. But for now, head back here and gather more of this. Yeah, and these chalcopyrite veins can be kind of funny shaped, as you can see. This one's not really flat like the traditional GregTech veins of older versions. It's kind of all over the place. Oh, hello, Magna Block. Oh, hello, Water Block. Let's fix that. How am I doing? I'm at 61 chalcopyrite and a bunch of other random stuff. Let's keep trying to just get that 96 in chalcopyrite, and then we'll deal with all of the other ores and stuff that we get another time. It'll just be easier if everything is in one ore type, as far as just getting the... knowing that I have enough and getting it all smelted. Then again, I might also just get flooded. All right, that is 96 chalcopyrite. Reset the copper, because I'm sure that my home is in the air there now. So we'll do a bunch of that. Bunch of that. And then we've got some other copper and some iron ore floating around that we will need to deal with. We've got a bunch of other random ores, in fact. And nowhere to put them. Okay. I need to get a little more organized here. I did not mean to do that, but I guess it's okay. Let's do 7. Then I think it's this and this. There we go. Andesite and tough as well. Apparently the red granite needs one. All these stone types are taking up a ton of space. Deep slate dust. Let's keep the dusts and their stones kind of organized with each other. Okay. That is reasonably organized, question mark. And then if we take a stack of iron ingots, we can start making a whole bunch more wrought iron again. Because we always are going to be needing more wrought iron. Even when we get into the steel era, we're going to be using wrought iron as part of our steel process. So yeah. So what we're going to need for bronze here, the only way to make it early on is to make it from bronze dust, and we make bronze dust from tin dust and copper dust, which means we're going to need some mortars. We'll do it with wrought iron, of course. And as you can see, this needs some stone and a couple of ingots. So I'm going to go ahead and we're going to grab a stack of stone and some coal. And we're going to go ahead and start getting some stone ready for those mortars. There we go. That's enough copper. I'm going to take the tin because, as I was saying, we're going to make the bronze from copper and tin, and I just gathered enough copper that the reward of tin would turn it all into bronze. More mods, because this is lightweight. Yeah, they're just saying you can do what you want with mods. That's fine. And it gives us this quantify key finally. So we can do this. Most important thing you can do with your storage drawers. Okay, and there's some stone, so we can make this mortar finally. I forget, 192 crafting uses. We need not quite that many. 96 plus 32 is 128, I think. But we will end up making quite a few of these before we get machines to be doing mortar-y things for us. What else can we be working on in the early... I never made a lumber axe? No, I still have a stone axe. Okay, I never made a lumber axe. Let's make a lumber axe. As I recall, I need 2 of these. That was 9. Oh, I had... Oops. Fortunately, we'll get some more wrought iron. All right, Brennan. Let's try not to do that again. Wrought iron axe. There we go. Now the quest should be done. And it gives us a bunch of these spruce saplings, which... let's turn on our chunk borders again. So if we look at the map, this does not show... Let's not look at that map. Let's look at this map. Okay. So we've got these 4 that we've claimed. Our thing here is sort of right in the middle, and then our 4 coke ovens are along the edge. So if I want to make a spot to... Hey, Kellen, welcome in. Good to see you. Minecraft. Indeed. Why does this have... Okay. I caught just a little bit of your Lego stream last weekend. I popped in and then immediately before I could even say hi, had to go away and deal with stuff for Memorial Day weekend. But I tried to catch it. I saw some plants. So yeah, I think I've got some space. It's not a big deal. I'm not in a multiplayer server, and my computer can handle some aggressive chunk loading if I so desire. But I don't want to be too aggressive with loading too many chunks if I don't have to. But this should be fine as far as getting these guys planted and going. I feel like Lego on stream is like doing programming on stream. You're bound to make all the like worst mistakes possible. Yeah, that was... Congratulations again on that. It was definitely the highlight of my weekend. All right, we've got a little more copper. And I think, I mean, there's no reason I can't just start a stack of bronze right now, since I've got a stack of bronze. The highlight of all Twitch. Oh, yeah. Okay. So when that finally finishes, we'll get onto the steam age. I have not even started using the coke ovens that I made yet. Once we get, once these spruce trees grow, I'll be able to, we'll get a lot of wood very quickly, and these... One or two of these will be dedicated to charcoal, but I also do need to dedicate some of them to making actual coke for steel eventually. Early on, though, we can be doing charcoal, and that'll just be a little bit more passive of a way to get fuel than going digging in our coal mine. What else is in this level, though? There are a couple more tools that I could make. Screwdrivers can be useful, as will wire cutters. I guess I could just get those done. There's no reason not to. Sheep, if you keep making noise, you're not going to be a sheep for much longer. Okay. Let's do wrought iron. Okay, nope. You're officially now pushing me around my own base. All right, wrought iron wire cutters. What do I need here? I need 3 plates, 2 rods, and a screw. Okay, let's see if I can... Well, I have the plates. I think rods are just a file. Is it like that? No. Is it like that? Yes. So we need 2 rods, plus I need to turn one of them into a screw. All of this is like second nature to me because I've spent way too much time in GregTech. Here we go. 3 plates, 2 rods, and a screw. That should be everything we need. Oh, we need the screwdriver first, of course. And the screwdriver is just 2 more rods and a stick. Okay. Okay, that should be all of the tools at this point, which is great. There's the rest of our iron. Or not iron, the other one, copper. Oh, it's in my inventory. All right, a little more bronze. Let's grab the last of this wrought iron that we just made. And then we have enough bronze, I think, to complete the quest. Yes, we do, which gives us some more clay, which is nice. What does this give us? Damascus steel. I think this quest tells us, yeah, more tools, and also Damascus steel can only be found in loot chests. It's better than everything else I have, so I should use it for tools or something. The problem is that I can't, like, repair those tools, so it's like a one-time buff, and like all one-time buffs, I'm going to hold on to it until I need it, and then never use it. Alright, this needs to be organized a little bit better. Did it again. Turned all of my everything into an item. Saving that one-time buff for the next world. Yep. Why am I not? Oh. Interesting. Yep. My, God, what have I done? There we go. Let's grab anything that's not, like, related to ores or smelting out of here. Start transferring it up here. Then I have a little bit more room to work in here again. Some sand can stay over here because I will need to craft with it. Bronze is a crafting material. That sort button did not do what I wanted it to do from that view. Good to know. Okay. Before we move into the Steam Age quests, because we did just unlock that, there's a couple more quests that we haven't done here. One is to make a bunch of just plain iron plates and bolts. We will use these, so I should do this, and it's not that much materials. This is like 32 iron in total. And then we'll also probably want to go through and do this quote-unquote early investments one. Silver and lead are in the same vein. Nickel isn't too hard. The annoying one's going to be diamond, because we're going to have to mine, like, all the way down to, well, where diamond is. But this will just get us a lot of materials early on. So both of these, I think, are worth doing. And, oh, hey, we got... There we go. Now we have a bunch of wood. The problem is, I need to start growing some oak too, I think. I've made all of these drawers oak so far, and if I start making them spruce now, they're not going to match, and that is unacceptable. So we're going to grow a few oak trees as well, just so I can make more drawers. And I'm going to start a stack of this spruce in here, and that will be charcoal. The rest of this comes in here as crafting materials. Okay. Let's work on this iron plates, iron bolts. I bet I have 40 or 32... Yeah, I can do 40 iron. It's so bright in Minecraft these days. Yeah, well, the shaders help. I have any coal? Not really. I can either wait for my charcoal. Oh, this is done. I was gonna say, I could go mine a little more coal, although I'd rather just get charcoal started. Timber, yep. The GregTech lumber axe is delightful. It's a lot more fun than a lot of vein mining tools that just kind of break the whole tree at once. Sort of. Yeah. I know the, let's see, what have I got? I got a stack of this. That can go in here. There are definitely mods where, like, the trees will, like, fall over and things like that. But it's, I don't know. From a gameplay perspective, I think the GregTech one strikes a good balance, because when the tree actually, like, falls over and then turns into a bunch of log items, you have, like, logs strewn across the map. Pig, did you not see what happened to the sheep that was bothering me earlier? Don't make me come over there. What else do I have as far as... I've got a little bit of copper, which I should probably do... Yeah, I'll start some copper going. I'm just trying to run whatever, like, kind of makes sense to run. We got pyrite as well. Get my, get some resources available. There we go. Oh, I had a bunch. I didn't realize that. Oh, it wants bolts. Oops. Oh, well. We'll have extra bolts. That's fine. Bone meal. Potatoes, which I don't need because I'm playing on peaceful. Bone meal's nice for wood, though. In fact, I'm gonna go bone meal some trees right now. Oh, hey, you popped. Is this a GregTech axe? Yes. Did I just bone meal the ground around me? I absolutely did. Okay, that's a little bit of oak, and the reason I want oak is so I can make my things match here. Because we're going to have a bunch of, as I finish this, especially this early investments, we're going to have a bunch of things that I'm going to want to have storage drawers for. You know, it's nice to have, like, a stack of some things in here for crafting, but we're going to have, like, large amounts of various ingots and bits and bobs, so we want to make sure that we do not get overwhelmed there. Okay. Yeah, let's get that like I was saying. Find our saw here. Make a bunch of planks. Saw here. Saw and a mallet. There we go. Whole bunch more storage drawers. Get sand in there. Get... Honestly, bone meal can be in one. Clay can be in one. Once I chop down these trees, I'll put spruce logs in one, because we're gonna have lots and lots of those to spare. Oh, that was my fault. I forgot. That is the downside of the GregTech axe, is you can't be like Factorio just building outside. It really is. Factorio was heavily inspired by modded Minecraft originally. The whole factory genre kind of owes its existence to modded Minecraft. Alright. Yeah, we've got lots of logs. They can go in a drawer. For now, this stuff goes in here. Let's see. I don't have that much bronze. I'll leave the bronze in here for now. Actually, you know what? I'll leave a stack of each, and I'll pull out the excess. That way I can start... Even though these don't need necessarily a drawer of their own right now, it'll just help me get organized to have them there. Okay, we're definitely going to need more coal. Although these are just going to be running in the background. Let's get the other two going. I have a little bit of time before I need to seriously start thinking about making coke for steel, so I'll make a little more charcoal for now. And then, let's see, tutorial information, blah, blah, blah. Okay, none of these have any rewards. That's mostly what I cared about. But we've got these resources to go gather now. Redstone, nickel, lead, silver, and diamond. I did build my base directly on top of a diamond vein. There's another one over here, though. I think I'll go dig down into this one, so I'm not digging a hole in the middle of my base. And then go from there. We're going to have to go pretty deep. What do we got? Oh, basaltic mineral sands. All right. That is an iron-bearing ore as well, but I've got several viable iron mines right now, so I'm not too concerned about needing to grab this one. And of course, diamond is way, way down at the bottom, so it's going to take us a hot minute to... Oops. It helps. To actually have a mining hammer that is not dead. All right. Let's see if we can get away with this mining straight down without falling into lava. That's the real... Yeah, I mean, I'm playing this on peaceful because I mostly care about, you know, the automation aspects of it. I should probably just turn keep inventory on as well. Ooh. That's graphite ore. That means we're getting close. I think diamond is usually at, like, the bottom of graphite veins. There it is. There's some diamond. And a cave. I'm glad I'm playing on peaceful. We don't need that many diamonds initially, so... And the game is going to double them for us as a reward. Yeah, we've already got 20. So we're not going to spend too much time down here. We will move on to the other ore veins that we need to be gathering resources from. All right, there we go. That is 37 raw diamonds. Let's call this diamonds and head back to base. Let's see. Yep, I've already filled up this stone drawer. What do I need for an upgrade? Storage upgrade 1. Upgrade template. Oh god, which needs pistons? They locked storage upgrades behind pistons in this pack? Okay. So we're not doing a storage upgrade. That's the answer, is no. We have been told no on the storage upgrade. And remembering to do that. Okay. We'll just, we'll put it in another drawer. But we do have a little bit of diamond. Some fuel for it. Get those diamonds running. All right, the next thing in this list, I guess I'll go for redstone. Redstone is also going to be kind of pain, but that's why I'm doing it now, because it's going to be kind of a pain. Just because redstone is also pretty deep, just like diamond is. Let's see, that says it's a redstone vein. So does that. Let's head over here. And let's mine straight down again. Let's see how many times we can get away with this. Only 3 days from retirement. Oh, yeah, here we go. This is going to be exciting. Chances that I lose my floor, very high. Oh, maybe not. This is more of a chasm than a cave. Okay. Interesting. Let's see here. Can we get this kind of like that? And one more. Now I should be able to just... There we go. Oh, no! I missed one. So close. Oh, that's not too bad at all. Getting down to redstone level. I think this vein just spawned a little bit high and I got lucky, but I'll take it. Okay, do I think that's enough redstone? Probably. Oh, gravel. Did I not make one for gravel yet? I did not make one for gravel. Okay. And a little bit of flint. I'll just throw that in here. So we're going to have diamonds, redstone. We need nickel, lead, and silver are the last things in this kind of, like, getting prepped quest. Also looks like I'm probably going to want to make more storage drawers. All right, Twitch is telling me that it is time for an ad break again, so I'm going to let this stuff smelt. And when we come back from the break, I'm going to build some more storage drawers. Super exciting. And then we're going to grab the rest of these materials that we're going to need. And then we'll move on to the Steam Age. I don't really have to do this to start working on Steam machines, but we're going to need all this stuff anyway, and this quest reward is too good to pass up. So I'll see everybody in just about 3 minutes, and we'll go from there. Welcome back. Okay, I took a little bit of time during the break, and I did get redstone pretty much done. We've got a couple other things running. We've got the redstone and the diamonds that we need over here. So let's find a lead vein so we can do... Hey, Starfighter, welcome in. Let's find a lead vein and a nickel vein, and then we can get this quest wrapped up and move forward into the Steam Age. So, let's see. Is that lead? That is galena. I know. It's amazing. Someone managed to mod Factorio to make it fully 3D. Well, I'm going to assume this is where I should be because I'm over the icon on the map. Oh, there we go. There's a little bit of galena. That's what I wanted to see. Where does... It's negative 15 to 45, so basically anywhere. It can spawn anywhere. Whoops, that was not a... And we are down to Y, like 20s, so we're... Oh, there it is. I was going to say, we're getting right to where we want to be. We're going to have lead, silver, and galena ore, I think, pretty much here. Yeah, so galena is just lead, as is lead ore. There's only a little bit of silver in these veins. So to get 24 lead, we're going to have way more, or sorry, to get 24 silver, we're going to end up with way more than 24 lead. That's just the way these veins are set up. We at 15 silver? All right. Yeah, it's just kind of scattered throughout, isn't it? All right. Oh, and that's the end of that mining hammer. Did I get enough silver? 22! Aww. Okay, so I need to make another mining hammer and get just a little more, but we should also have plenty of the, yeah, raw galena and raw lead. Make another mining hammer. Okay, let's drop off. Oh, dripstone is new. That can go in here for now, though. lots of charcoal now. Excellent. Redstone, also excellent. Okay, so with the silver and the lead ingots going... Oh, do those smelt 2 to 1? Wow, I'm gonna have a lot of lead. Oh no, they're 1 to 1. Never mind. The last thing on this list is nickel. Do I know what a nickel vein looks like off the top of my head? Absolutely not. Oh, I bet it'll show me the icon, though. Bet if I do... nickel vein. All right, its icon will be one of these. That's... I only know one nickel joke, which unfortunately is the wrong number of nickel jokes to tell the nickel joke. That might be it. Nope, that's not it. Raw nickel, raw... Okay, these are the things... Manganese... Surely, somewhere I found a nickel vein when I was going through literally this whole map. I don't believe that none of these are nickel. Copper, coal. Copper and mineral sands, sapphire. Man, maybe I didn't find a nickel vein. Shoot. Well, we might end up spending a little bit of time wandering around the map looking for a nickel vein. Yeah, olivine. I've got nuclear power. I don't have nickel. Well, let's, Oh my god. The streamer luck is with me today. I just teleported to a place where there ought to be a vein, and it's a nickel vein. Oh my god. Okay, cool. Well, we don't have to spend a bunch of time looking for the nickel vein, because we found it. All right, here we go. Nickel ore. How much nickel do I need? 24? 24. Okay. Garnierite smelt directly to nickel. It does. Cool. That seems like it's the most prevalent. So when I have 24 garnierite, which is now, and now here's where we find out if I really had never found a nickel vein. Because if I never found a nickel vein, this tiny pile of nickel dust will be a new item. If there is one somewhere on the map and I just can't find it, it's a new item. All right. I never found a nickel vein before. I didn't even think about it when I was searching to make sure I had it accounted for. Lead, silver. Each of these will also just kind of get their own spots over here. All right, well, while we're waiting for this quest to finish for more nickel, we can go ahead and start the Steam Age. I think we can anyway. Do I at least have a little bit of clay? Yes, okay. Because I do need some clay to start the Steam Age. Early on, well, we've got this up here that we can do, but that's kind of a side quest. Ditto the sticky resin quest. We'll start at this end with pressure cooking. Only available boiler for now, because we don't have glass yet. And boilers can explode, and I might demonstrate that. I might waste some resources and demonstrate a boiler exploding. But let's go ahead and build a low-pressure steam boiler. This mod I'm using, by the way, if I have not explained, is a mod called EMI. Explosions, yeah! GregTech boilers explode. It's one of the most fantastic things about GregTech. What was I saying? This mod. Oh, I can zoom in a little bit. Okay. This is a mod called EMI, which is augment or a replacement, an upgrade of JEI. But this crafting tree view is just so helpful to be able to go in and like, oh, right here it says, it thinks that I'm using a bender because I did pre-play a little bit of this just to make sure that as a mod pack it was going to work for a stream. And it's like, oh, you're going to make bronze plates 1-to-1? No, I'm not. We need to change which recipe we're using for bronze plates. So I go in here, I say, actually, we're using this hammer recipe. And now it knows that to make this boiler, I need clay balls, I need stone, cobblestone, I need 10 bronze ingots and a hammer to hit them with, so it tells you all that information. And then if you click this button, it pins it. And I've been using this sort of all stream, but I didn't really ever explain it. And yeah, it shows when you're in a chest, like, oh, you need so-and-so much cobblestone and whatever else. So we're going to get 8 bricks going, because it says that we need that. And then we'll make ourselves a furnace. And we can make ourselves these plates as well. And then once we have the bricks, we can go ahead and craft that boiler. Let's grab the other nickel we've been making, and that should trigger that quest. And the chapter is complete. There we go. And this gives us a bunch of everything. So throw the sand in, throw the lead in, clay I put over here for whatever reason. Nickel can go with nickel, silver with silver, and redstone, there we go. Oh, and diamonds. So nice little boost of resources early on. Then if we head back to Steam Age, I guess I could start working on paper. Yeah, let's go through paper while we're waiting for the... Oh, never mind, the brick finished. So we can do our bricks and our boiler. And there it is. One boiler. We've got a little bit more infrastructure. When do we get to yellow inserters? Let's see. Once we have steel. I think, effectively steel. Ugh. Because, yeah, we get pretty good, I think, item pipes. I mean, there's hoppers. Where's item pipes? Oh, it does give us item pipe quest. Here we go. In Bronze Age, but like realistically, I don't know if I'm going to be making complex Bronze Age setups. We'll get to that when we get to that. I don't want to start reading the quests too far ahead. But yeah, we'll get to item pipes soon, and then, you know, logistics. But with this thing done, where was I? I lost track of the next quests. So we've got to do, basically, this is telling us that we can make these bronze drums, which are just fluid storage. But more importantly, right now, we're going to need fluid pipes, which we will make out of bronze. And we're going to need primitive water pumps. The primitive water pump makes a bunch of, well, water. And it is a full-on GregTech multi-block, so this is the next quest. We have, fortunately, been making a bunch of creosote. Yeah. We have several buckets of creosote that we'll need to make the treated wood to make the water pump. Looking at our map here, yeah, we'll probably just, like, move up here, and we've got a couple more pretty flat chunks that we can be building out the new sort of steam infrastructure in. For now, this can go in here. All right, let's build a water pump. So this is going to need 10 pump decks, a pump hatch, a primitive pump, and 10 treated wood frames. Is the pump hatch also... It's not a deck, it's made from treated wood planks. Okay. So let's start with the pump decks. We're going to do that. We're going to want planks. We're not going to do oak, actually. We're going to do spruce, because we have lots of spruce. And we're going to need iron rods, which again, we're not going to make in a lathe. That technology is not here yet. We're going to do it from ingots directly. Although we should already have bolts. And then same with screws. We'll need to make those by hand. And then all the rest of this looks okay. Whoops. Let's enable that. Let's see where we're at. What do we need here? We need to make treated wood. Nope, we need to make plank. Oh, I didn't do that right. I thought spruce planks. There we go. We need a bucket of creosote to make the treated wood. Grab a bucket. Oh, I didn't do that right. Alright, there we go. 10 pump decks. A pump hatch needs to be on the list. Oh, which needs a large wooden fluid pipe as well. Alright, we need more spruce planks. We need this pipe. We need more slabs. We need a couple more rods. And you can see why EMI is so nice. You know, in Factorio, you can handcraft, right? And it automatically does the crafting tree for you. But with something in the Minecraft world, just being able to, like, click through each of those things before you have fully automated, oh my god. Before you have fully automated crafting is really, really nice. Okay, I think, I don't know, hopefully this is about right. All right, and then the last thing we need is 10 of these treated wood frames. Oh, I'm gonna need more buckets of creosote. All right. I probably could have tried to make one more bucket, so I didn't have to do 3 trips here, but that's fine. We're done now. Okay, that should be everything we need, and it gave us some water pipes even. Excellent. So that should be everything we need to feed in water into our steam engine. So let's turn on chunk borders again. And let's just head over to, like, I don't know, here. Let me grab some dirt, and I'll fill in this little divot, and then we'll, that'll be our work spot. Oh, whoops, no, I still want those. Okay, let's see. Pump deck, primitive pump, pump hatch, and the treated wood frames. So we want our primitive pump with, it looks like, here, level 0. Primitive pump in the corner with a pump hatch here. And then all the rest of these are, that is 10 pump decks. And then kind of this structure on top with those. Okay, I can do that. Structure formed. Okay. And then we'll pull water out of that into... Where's my boiler? I left the boiler over here. Boiler. And... a lot of work for a simple offshore pump. Yep. It truly, truly is. And do I have a wrench on me? I don't. I need to grab a wrench. Just tell me which side... Yeah. Okay. It auto-ejects steam on all sides except the bottom. That's what I knew there was something with that. So you want the water input on these to be on the side that steam doesn't come out of, because if you screw up your plumbing and you get water in, or get steam in your water pipes, you're going to have a bad time. So what I will do is I am going to do like this. How do I want to do this? Let's... Oh, interesting. That's what I want. And then we can see that this is getting water. And then it will also need fuel to heat it up. Do I want to demonstrate a GregTech steam explosion? Should I demo an explosion? I'll have to make another stupid steam boiler if I do, but it's funny, so let's do it. I'm going to put this further away from the No safety valves. I'm putting this further away from the pump because I don't remember the explosion radius, and I don't want to lose... So I'm not gonna connect this pipe, basically. We're gonna leave the pipe disconnected. Not filling. Okay, that's what we want. Explode it for the content. Yeah, there we go. And then if I start heating it up, it's going to take a minute until it gets up to temperature. While we wait for that to get up to temperature, I guess I may as well chop down some more trees and get some more charcoal going. I don't know how hot this needs to be before it'll explode. Here, let's put away all my inventory. Let's make sure that when I do blow this thing up, that I'm going to be Oh, we'll get there. Oh, I'm gonna need the wrench. I might lose this wrench. Alright, so now this is very hot. Right? 400 Kelvin. 120 odd C. This is not really hot enough for this to blow up in the real world, but I think it will in GregTech. So, if I say, oh no, I just realized I forgot to hook water up to this thing. Whatever will I do? No? Maybe it's not hot enough. Oh no, I didn't actually hook it up. Oh, because I was shift right-clicking. Oops. $271 is 0. There you go. It's been a long time since I've cared about that. What does shift do? Oh, shift is the check valve. Yeah, that's not what I want. Yeah, take 2. I closed the check valve, which does not actually reconnect the pipe. I want to right-click, not shift right-click. Oh no! I forgot to hook the water up to my boiler. Whatever will I do? Yeah, there we go. Not as much damage as I thought. Maybe because I'm on peaceful mode. I think also probably because I have my chunks claimed. It doesn't, Yeah, it is a little underwhelming. I think the chunk claiming... Oh, I'm still showing chunk borders. Might... I'd have to check the FTB chunk rules, but, like... I'm not sure. Is it under teams? No. Yeah, I think because it's an acclaimed chunk, it's protected from explosions. Plus, I'm on peaceful, and that should have hurt me too, but I think it didn't because I'm on peaceful. So, yeah, not as exciting as it should have been. I agree. All right, let's get this. Pushed back to where I wanted it originally. And then I have to make another steam boiler. Oh, there will be more opportunities for explosions, for sure. Huh, that's, That transparency on that, piece sure is working 100% correctly, nothing wrong with it whatsoever. Okay, let's get this stupid Steam thing rebuilt. And furnace, I need cobble. Not that that's ever a problem. And we just need the bricks. Okay, well, while we're waiting for that, we can start working on some of these other quests related to Steam. So let's make a machine casing, because that's nice and easy. I'm probably going to need several of those, but I'll just make the one I need for the quest right now while I'm waiting. Machine casing. A little bit of bronze dust. And it said it unlocked a tutorial in tips and tricks. Steam power. Steam machines run using a proportional amount of steam at a 1-to-1 ratio to the electric units as listed in your recipe viewer of choice. Steam machine will vent the cooler steam. Keep the exhaust port unblocked. It is neither an input nor an output slot. Use the wrench to change which side the exhaust port is facing. Regular steam machines are half as fast or twice as slow. They take twice as long. That's the... High-pressure steam machines are the same size, but use more steam. All right, there's our bricks again. Let's rebuild this boiler. The other thing we're going to need to make before we make our first steam machine, which I'm not really sure which one it's going to be, but we'll figure it out, is some pipes to carry steam. Small or normal bronze fluid pipe, both are used in crafting. 1 second is 20 ticks. Okay, so... that's easy enough. We're going to need a lot more than one of these. We're going to need a lot more than 4 of these, but I don't have enough bronze. So that's going to be one of our immediate goals. All right, so this is going to start to actually fill up. And now we can grab some fuel. Oh, I left a bunch of it in here, didn't I? Because this was my whole inventory. Thought I had a stack of charcoal somewhere. Throw it in here. This will start warming up. And we'll start to actually produce steam. We don't want to use wood fluid pipes for the steam because they will burn. They have a temperature limit. So we can use the bronze pipes for that. Problem is that, again, we don't have that many pipes yet. So keeping everything organized is going to take a minute. Do I have some more bronze? I do have more bronze. Okay. Let's get our first couple of steam machines built, and then we'll figure out how we're, like, organizing them. Alloy smelter. Does the alloy smelter have a better bronze recipe? I think it does. Nope, that's business bronze. Regular bronze in a alloy smelter. Yes, 3 copper and a tin gives us 4 bronze, whereas the version from Dusts, 3 copper and a tin is only 3. So we do want to switch over to alloy smelter. So let's make the alloy smelter our first bronze machine, because we're going to need a lot more bronze, and efficiency is good. That is, yeah, low pressure steam alloy smelter. EMI already has a bunch of the recipes configured because I've played with this before. So I think we just have to, like, start making stuff. And we need 12. Okay, we do have enough clay. We're gonna need more clay for more bricks, I think, for some of the other machines, though. Like, I'm pretty sure the macerator might not need clay, so that one might be okay. And then I'm curious, since I'm on peaceful mode, does this even hurt? Yeah, no. No, it doesn't. Oh! Yes, it does. Steam is still hot. No, this is fine. It's got unlimited water coming into it. The boilers only detonate when they, when the steam flash boils inside them, I guess is what it's modeling. Or the water flash boiling inside them. So the, when it fills up the buffers, what we will see is... And I should, did I grab my wrench? I didn't. Let me find my wrench. I should put on the check valves so that we're not... Yeah, it's supposed to be modeling like a flash boiling, which is an overpressure event typically, right? But, Yeah, once this fills up, it'll take a little bit longer for this pipe to fill. But you'll see this thing will start venting steam when it burns the coal. It'll just vent the steam to the outside world. So it does have a pressure release valve, but only sometimes. Okay, there's an alloy smelter. And I want... Oh, that's actually correct. That is your vent on the back. Perfect. Alright. Alloy smelter done. The other one we're going to want is the macerator early on. So let's get this one built. Let's see if we have the stuff for it. This is going to be tight. And then I think we're going to have to do a mining run very shortly. Pistons. Alright, I have the stuff for that. I just didn't get it set up right in the... Oh, I need a couple of redstone. Need some logs. How do I have everything? Are you happy now? Oh, I didn't set that right either. Yes, I did. Small bronze fluid pipes from... Oh, yeah, there they are. Server style item storage and crafting. Oh, yeah. Yes, it's even in this pack. Applied Energistics. We've got our discs, and somewhere in here there's drives. Yep. We're not there yet. We have a few levels of tech to get to before we unlock that. But we will we'll eventually switch over from the wall of storage drawers to Applied Energistics for sure. Yeah, and this we're not ready to be building the bigger steam machines yet. I'm running out of bronze. We're going to need a lot of bronze to be able to make them. But we will be able to... Yeah, AE is a great mod. For sure. I probably don't have enough bronze for this one. Yeah, we need 6 more bronze. Okay. Iron... I mean, I'm out of tin, aren't I? I have never even gotten any tin. We've still been working off the free tin we got from that quest. So I'm gonna have to go get some tin so we can make some more bronze. That is the unfortunate reality. But at least when we do, we'll be able to make the bronze more efficiently. Yep. And we can make it from either ingots or... Yeah, from either ingots or dusts. But it has to be copper dust specifically and tin dust specifically, which means that we can't... Yeah. Ore multiplication is still important in GregTech, but not as important as it is in some other mods, just because the GregTech ore veins are so flippin' huge. Oh. Well, that search doesn't work, right? We have cassiterite dust, but that's not tin dust. Even though it is a tin, yeah, and that's all we have. Alright. We're gonna go find a tin vein, I think. And these 8 copper dusts can do their thing. There we go, cassiterite vein. Let's make sure I have the stuff I need before I teleport over there. Shovel, mining hammer. I'll take the spade, even though it's nearly dead. Don't need these golden apples. I think they were a quest reward. Okay. Do we have it showing up on the surface anywhere? I may have already picked up all the little spots for this one. Because sometimes there's only 1 or 2. There's one. All right. I just want to make sure I'm digging in the right spot. But I think it's a little early in ore processing to try to be making dusts directly. I might be able to, but... Alright, there we go. That's 32 more tin, which is going to be enough for 128 more bronze, which is not a lot of bronze. It's just a couple stacks, but... Oh, we also have the cassiterite, so yeah. Which is another 3 stacks of... No, sorry, another 2.5 stacks of bronze. But if I look at, like, the tin dust... Oh. Tin dust, there we go. To try to get tin dust directly from the tin ore, we need to crunch it down into the crushed tin ore. Oh, the ore processing diagrams? Yes, holy moly indeed. Welcome to GregTech. You thought Pyanodons was bad. So yeah, if we want to get it most quickly into tin dust, I think we need to macerate it twice to the crushed tin ore and then the impure tin dust. And then we wash the tin dust by hand currently in a cauldron. And that gets us tin dust directly. The advantage of doing it this way is that we don't have to smelt it, which saves a bunch of coal. The disadvantage is that it's extra processing steps. We want to do the first step anyway, because this is an ore doubling step, right? This first crush from the raw tin to the crushed tin ore. But then from the cassiterite, is this what... This is pretty much what making metals in real life is. Like, it depends on the metal, obviously. Some metals are easier to extract than others, and, like, tin is one where there are pretty easy extractions. But when you start looking at things like aluminium, any of the rare earth metals, like, the extraction chains to isolate them from the surrounding rock and from other metals start to get very, very complicated very, very quickly. Yeah, I don't think we can turn the cassiterite directly into tin dust right now. We have to go through just this tin ore. But it does mean that we can save a smelting step. If we macerate it twice and then wash it, we get the tin dust, and we can turn that directly into bronze. So let's do that. Let's take advantage of our fancy new macerator. That's going to start running. The cassiterite, we will want to also macerate. I say aluminium because I have spent too much time in Pyanodons over the past 4 months of my life, and it says aluminium, and I had to teach myself to put the I in, or else I couldn't find it in any of the in-game searches. But yeah, I've had to teach myself to say aluminium just so that, like, when I play these... what is it in this? Aluminium. See? Yeah. Alright, this is going to take a little while for all of that to go through. These early machines are very, very slow. While that's running, well, two things. One, I will need to go get more copper as well as the tin, because we need copper. And two, Twitch is telling me that it is ad break o'clock. So I'm going to let the ad breaks run. For anyone new in the audience, I run ads once an hour, just long enough to keep pre-rolls disabled, and I take a quick break when the ads are running. That way you don't ever have to miss anything interesting due to pre-roll ads or due to an ad popping up at an inopportune time. So I will step away while the ad is running, and then when we come back, we'll mine some copper. Does any language other than US English actually drop the I? Not that I know of. Certainly no other common English dialect. Alright, and with that, I'm going to let the break run, and I will see y'all in just about 3 minutes. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for sticking around. I know 3 minutes is a long ad break. Canadian English also drops the I. Interesting. This is going to be running for a while, so we're just going to let it run. And we're going to go mine a bunch of copper. And before we do, we're going to make another mining hammer, because this one's going to run out. Wrong hammer. Oh, I did. I put the wrong hammer in. Am I losing my mind? Oh, it's because I already have one. It thinks it's complete. That's right. Yeah, I'm curious if Quebec has a... I don't even know what the French word for aluminum/aluminium is. I'm sure it's similar. But... So just like with the tin, I should be able to turn the copper directly into... Yeah, crushed copper, and then import pure copper dust, which I can wash, which doesn't show up in this EMI recipe, but can wash by hand in the cauldron. But the chalcopyrite, I will probably have to smelt into copper before we can... Yeah, because this makes chalcopyrite dust, not copper dust. And chalcopyrite dust is almost certainly, yeah, not directly usable in a... in bronze. I'd have to electrolyze it first, which gets out some of the other stuff that's in there, which is abstracted away in the smelting process. All right, down another level we go. Do it in the corner, just so I keep my spots aligned. There we go. Yep, and that is exactly... I mean, that's why we smelt ores in the real world, right? You know, if you look at the, like, iron and steel making process, you put a bunch of carbon in with an iron ore, which is almost always an iron oxide, and then you get it very hot, and the oxygen moves from the iron to the carbon, and you end up with a purer iron and a bunch of carbon dioxide. Which is why steelmaking, even more efficient steelmaking systems, still tend to release a lot of CO2 because carbon is one of the easiest ways to smelt steel. There are other ways to do it that don't use carbon, but it's more expensive and more energy intensive, and doesn't always even end up being better than using carbon, because you end up with a lot of extra energy generation, which generates carbon on its own. So there's still just as much CO2, just from different pathways. I don't know the current state-of-the-art of steel smelting, for what it's worth. I'm sure it's changed in the past few years since I looked into it. Oh, that is like black on stream, isn't it? Okay. I really need to get some torches. I'm sorry. I'm too far in the hole. Let's make some torches. There's a recipe that's like, yeah, wool and a creosote bucket and stick. And I happen to have some wool because a certain somebody was all up in my business and had to be dealt with. So if I grab a creosote bucket... There we go. 16 torches. And if I put these in my offhand, even if I don't place them down... How's that? That looks so much better. The joys of dynamic lighting mods. Okay. What have we got here? We've got 44 raw copper. May as well go all the way for like a stack of it. Let's go down another level here. When does automation start? Very well. Soonish. That is one of the issues with, well, really all of these Minecraft mods, not just GregTech. Is they pretty much always make automation a goal that you have to push towards, as opposed to it being just straight up an automation game like Factorio, right? And I picked this pack specifically because it pushes you into that more quickly, but more quickly is still pretty slow. Also, these macerators are still running, which is so slow. How much bronze do I have? Do I have enough bronze for another macerator? That's the question. Maybe is the answer. Maybe. What are we at? Oh, I need 2 bronze ingots? Really? Alright. Well, you know what? This bronze dust is... Oh, I have some copper. Woohoo. And some lead that I didn't realize I still had. I just had bronze dust. Where did I put it? Ah, there it is. I only need 2 more bronze to make another macerator, then, Until I have more bronze, like, it's hard to pipeline the machines together. Oh, I need... Yeah, as in the concurrency method. Yeah, there is stuff that we can start doing in that regard, and that's what I'm working on now. Where's my... Oh, did I break my wrench? No. Oh god, my inventory is a disaster. Ah! What just broke? My hammer. Okay. I can handle that. I can handle the loss of a hammer. Can I handle the loss of a hammer? Yes. I should make this out of wrought iron, but I'm out of wrought iron, so I'm gonna do it out of regular iron, and I'll regret that later. But I want this done. Let's get copper going, as well as the tin. And then once this is done crushing, this is going to have to get rerun to be turned into the dust. What can I be working on right now while I'm waiting? Yeah, we should have more steam generation going. With 2 machines, it's pretty close. I don't remember how much this generates a tick. Let's say... produces 6 millibuckets a tick. And, I mean, I'd have to look at the macerator recipes. But... yeah, so 2 a tick. So I think we can run 1 more of these. Maybe. But yes, we do still have some excess generation. We just don't have the current capacity for parallelism because I don't have enough stuff to do with it. Let's get the inventory cleaned up a little bit. Alright, I got a chunk of iron. I'm gonna go ahead, even though I shouldn't, because I've got so much access to iron in this game. I'm gonna go ahead and turn that directly into iron and then into there's some more. Cool. We're gonna make a whole bunch more wrought iron. And I'm gonna need to swap all this out for charcoal. Yeah, there we go. Because I'm going to need a bunch more tools, so we should get this going. Oh, see, if I hadn't messed up those other 2... Okay. How is this tin process going? So close to done. And then once this is done, these have to go through again. Well, the other option is I could smelt them and then grind them by hand, which might be faster, but definitely less resource efficient. I'm going to need another axe soon, which I don't have the stuff for at the moment. But this is the goal for really improving our throughput on all these grinding operations, is getting the multi-block steam grinder going, but this needs hilarious amounts of bronze that I just don't have right now, and I'm definitely also going to need more boilers for that. Alright. Crushed tin goes back through. Oh, I can make a cauldron. I'm going to need the cauldron. Bring it over here, since this is where I'm doing my processing. Yeah. But each of these, well, yeah, I used a whole, like, third of a cauldron of water there, just to demonstrate. But I now have 1 tin dust. I'm going to need a lot more. While that's running, what else can I be doing is the real question. We've got... Oh, my charcoal's almost all done. I can do this, because we have too much creosote. Oh, wrong button. Look, no more creosote. It's a little bit cheesy, but... let's see. Let's do this one. Can I get close enough in then? Yeah. Yeah. That way those are creosote-free when I need them. I've got a little bit of hammer left. A bit of iron. Wrought iron going. Yeah, the reality is these steam things are just so slow early on. I can certainly, I mean... I meant to do 32 of those, and then I shift-clicked and did them all. Doesn't matter. There we go. While the rest of this runs, we can start getting more and more of the early bronze. What's the next machine that we need? Forge hammer. No, that's cobblestone into gravel. Is it also plates? It's also plates. Yeah, the forge hammer is what I want, because we'll be more efficient on our use of ingots into plates. Instead of 2 to 1, it becomes like 3 to 2, I want to say. And we're going to need a bunch more of that, obviously, before we can do anything, but we can at least start some of the steps. Anvil. Some of those. Do that. Do some of those. We still need, well, 22 more ingots. We're going to go through a lot more water washing these things in smaller batches, but water's renewable, so I don't really care. Oh, I'm also going to need a little more pipe if I want to hook up another grinder up here to parallelize things more. What do we need left? Just more bronze ingots. Oh, and we are going to need some more normal pipes. Let's do, we are going to need one of those. And I didn't bring a wrench. All right, 8 more ingots. That's weird. Oh, this had to fill up with steam. Yeah, the pipes refilling with steam is going to cause some issues for a moment. What do I use to turn off a machine? I always forget. It explained it in the introduction. Secondary function, yeah, right-click with a hammer. Let's turn off a couple of machines to get the alloy smelter running again. Oh, nope, that's muting. Oh, soft hammer. Sorry. Wrong hammer. Yeah, because these buffers need to rebuffer before turn you off too. Is unhappy with me, for sure. Let this steam buffer refill. Or we just add more boilers. Yeah, but I need more bronze for that. And the thing that's broken is the bronze smelter. I might just do what I didn't want to do, which is if I grab a bunch of... Cassiterite. Start it smelting directly. It's not going to be doubled, but it'll get me... There we go. Yeah, I think this uses a lot more power than the grinders do, so when it's running, it's just expensive. I can confirm that by looking at this recipe. Yeah, 16 EU a tick instead of the 2 EU a tick of the other ones. So running this thing is not cheap. Turn it off for now. Just let the grinders run. Machine casing and the hammer. And then, yes, we are going to have to start working on... I confused myself. Shift right click with a wrench to disable input from a side. Yeah. But that's changing the wrench's mode. Weird. Because I was quite certain I did this earlier. Like, I have several of these machines with the one-way valves set up. No, it's the right wrench. Maybe just, like, alt-tabbing from the game, it has a sticky key that's stuck or something's in a weird mode. I'm not going to worry about it. Not my priority right now. But okay, with this, we can do more easily... we can more easily create... words. Here, let's do a... steam boiler again, because we need to make another one of these. We can do plates now. Instead of doing that, we can use the forge hammer recipe, which means that our plate input will be a little bit better for some of these big recipes. I'm going to go ahead and just turn that whole... Yeah, that's what I thought. This crafting tree with Yafsi? Yeah. I don't often need, you know, a manual crafting tree in Factorio because the game does it for you. Every once in a while, it would be nice to be able to, like, start handcrafting intermediates while I'm waiting for other things to be ready for me. Oop. Alright, let that build up a little bit of a steam buffer again. Everything else is turned off, right? Yeah, but it all has to buffer. This poor boiler on its own. And then once we get a couple more crafts out of this, we'll have enough bronze we'll be able to run this recipe, which is just as expensive as this one. Yeah, we really need a second boiler. I'm trying really hard to just, like, use the ore doubling recipes. But maybe I should give up on caring about that. Do it by hand the old-fashioned way. That is certainly an option. How much do I need? 5? Okay. Oh, there's 2. Yeah, I might have tried to switch over to using all the ore doubling recipes a little bit too soon. Oh, the other thing that I did... No wonder this didn't make as much progress as I wanted. I forgot to load this chunk when we went mining. So this was not chunk loaded. So it wouldn't have been running when we went mining for things. No wonder it seemed like the tin made 0 progress when I was out. It's because the tin made 0 progress when I was out. Alright, there we go. Another steam boiler. Some more charcoal. Some more wooden pipes. Oh, and I need one more bronze pipe, too. Ooh, please. Nope, 2 more plates. Oh, I have exactly enough to make the pipe that I need. Thank you, game. Grab the wrench. It'll take a little while for this to heat up, start actually producing steam. This one even is still not fully heated. Well, yes it is. Temperature 774. Okay. But that should start to make a little more steam shortly. I think 2 of these will be able to keep this running, but probably not for very long. And probably not with the other stuff running at the same time. Do I have any more copper? No. Do I have a bunch of raw chalcopyrite? Yes. All right. Gonna go ahead and we're gonna keep making some bronze by hand. just to try to keep this moving. And I'm going to even plan that my next thing to make should be another one of these. And let's turn you back on. And let's hope that it's not too much load on the system. And then once we have a third one, hopefully we'll be in better shape. Okay, yeah, this is out of copper. Yeah, and each of these makes 6 millibuckets a tick. So it takes 3 of these to run just one of those expensive machines. I did not bring a wrench. Ugh. Okay. That's fine. I'll take this. What do you need? You're not running. Okay, well, these both can run, because neither of the expensive ones are running. Okay, I do have just enough for one more of these pipes. Excellent. And the wrench. Oops. There we go. Yeah, because these are using 2 millibuckets a tick, so that's 4 of the... Well, we now have... 18 available to us. So yeah, if this is running full speed, it's actually too much for the system to handle, because that would be 20. Alright, but these at this point, I think can pretty much just be running. What I'm going to end up doing is I'm going to grab a bunch of copper here. A bunch of wrought iron that I forgot I made. And that. Do another one of these. Make a bunch of copper. And this cannot run full time, but I'm hopeful that we have enough steam kind of buffered in the system. I'm gonna have to keep an eye on the buffers. But if we can get a few more of those going, then I can get a 4th one. Here, let's actually make like 3 more of these. That's what I should be doing. I should be planning ahead. I should be making more. I need more stone. And then we just need a bunch of ingots. How's this doing on its steam buffer? Not great. I have to turn this off shortly. I like that everything has its chemical composition listed. Yeah. And when you look at, like, you know, if I find this, well, the copper dust is just copper, but, like, if I look at the chalcopyrite dust, which is a copper iron sulfate, and, that's the blast furnace. Where's the electrolyzer? You can actually see, like, oh, you electrolyze it, and you get out exactly what it says. You get a copper, you get an iron, and you get 2 sulfur. Which is excellent. Two of those. Okay. One more just needs a little bit more bronze. I'm also going to need to make some more pipe. I think 6 of these is going to be enough to keep it, like... Whoops. And I do need a little bit more just for the pipe. Make a bunch more copper dust and throw it in the alloy smelter. Here we go. I'm managing to parallelize things a little bit more now. Especially now that I don't have to babysit all of this quite as much. Boiling water, boiling water, boiling water. Okay, good. Oh, I didn't turn that on. I'll turn you back on. All right, and with this one hooked up, we can now officially, well, no we can't, because I didn't hook it up, but we can very nearly officially, there we go. This is now enough to run 24, and this is 16, 18, 20. So this can now run consistently. I should never have to stop these machines from running. And then the other two means that this one will be able to run, you know, more and more frequently. In theory. In practice, they're still heating up, so they're not actually making enough steam, but that's minor detail. Last 2 pipes. Okay. So this should be enough steam capacity for now. What I want to do is I want to chop down these 2 trees, which means I'm going to need another axe. We'll do the plates the old... No, I shouldn't do the plates the old-fashioned way. Here, let's go drop these in this machine. Alright, yeah, and this is trying to run, but it's still kind of bouncing. The rest of these need to finish heating up. And then there's a lot of steam that's going to buffer in these pipes before they can... Yeah, once that's done... Here we go. Now this should be really making progress, because... Yeah, we got bronze. And it should be running continuously now. Alright, another axe. Let's chop down some trees. Let's get more charcoal going. We're going to need a lot of charcoal to fuel those boilers. And this is why I made another axe. I should really be running all of these much more consistently. Oh. Well, that's a problem. Void this out. We could load the creosote into tanks, but I don't need that much creosote, so I'm not going to. There's really no reasonable way to handle it except for voiding it. As much as the part of me that's been playing Pi hard mode is deeply, deeply disappointed by that. Okay, we're in a slightly better place now. We've got a little more copper. Let's find that and that. But we should be at a place where everything is running, everything is backing up, the steam buffer should be filling. So we can start moving forward with, like, the next steam machines without as much heartache. Cool. Let's see what our next machines are. Oh, I never got the Forge Hammer reward. An anvil. Oh boy. Ore processing will be explained further once you get into LV. Unlocks ticks and trips. Ticks and trips, yes. Tips and tricks. Wow, why is that so hard to say? The ore processing, I think I talked about this a little bit, right? Main purpose of GregTech ore processing is to provide byproducts on top of the initial outcome. At Steam Age, you don't get any byproducts. Yeah, and this is what we're doing, right? 1 ore block to 2 crushed ores, crushed ore to an impure dust, and then an impure dust to 1 dust with the washing. And then a dust to an ingot. Rule bends for ores giving more than 2 dust, such as redstone, blah, blah, blah. Still smelt the ore directly to get half the amount you would from full processing. Okay. And if I want to get a purified pile of redstone dust... That's actually hard. Are you sure that's what you want me to do? Purified pile of redstone dust. Purified redstone ore. Which is done with... Oh, okay. I might be able to do the crushed redstone into a... Let's find out. Whoops, I didn't grab the hammer. Oh, I do have the hammer. Never mind. So if I crush this redstone, and then I run it here, I get purified ore. And the purified ore... Yeah. Okay, it can be either macerated or crushed, which means I can throw it in my forge hammer to finish this quest. And it gives me some ores. Yay. Then what do I do with this purified pile of redstone dust? I wash it to get redstone. Okay. Oh, my cauldron's empty. There we go. Oh boy, more redstone, just what I didn't need. Does that mean that I can be doing this? Oh, that's so much faster than macerating it for the impure dust. Okay. I didn't realize I could do that. I've been running this through this macerator, which is much slower. It's 32... No, 6 times 6 is 36. All of these will pull at most 36, yeah. Beautiful. Okay. Two, three, four. Okay, and then we wash that, and then we throw it in there. Well, we throw most of it in there. And then this is going to do the same thing. We're going to switch it over to this machine, because boy, oh boy, is that so much faster. This stage we do still need to run in the macerator, I think. No, you can crush it. It just uses a lot more EU is the issue, if you want to crush it instead of grinding it. So letting things crush when they're not time sensitive is probably, like, better, but it's not necessary. Oh, crushing doesn't double. Got it. Macerator doubles. Crushing doesn't. Okay, so you do still want to do the first step here. It's just the, Oops, out of water again. It's just the second step that you can do in the forge hammer. Because we don't get byproducts from steam machines anyway, so we don't care that we're getting the worst conversions or whatever. Okay. That's good to know. That makes sense. I learned something. I don't know if or geez, did I know that at one point and I forgot it long ago? Who knows? Okay. So the next step is pushing towards steel, realistically. I could set up this a little better with some, like, primitive automation, if I so desired. Do I so desire? Maybe. Just like hoppering from macerators into hammers to get the dust or whatever. But I also don't need dust for everything, and I also need my forge hammer for plates, so maybe I don't want to do something like that. Maybe I want to let it be a separate process for now. All right, what else have I got? Let's look at this. Let's figure out our next steps. So the steam grinder would be great to build. It's going to use a lot more steam, but it runs in parallel. Like I said, it's as strong as 5.3 high voltage macerators, whatever that means as far as a single steam macerator. That's like 2 steps back, so 20 of them or 12 of them, something like that. Oh, I remember Tumbaga. That's a blast from the past. Oh, it is ad break o'clock. I'm going to let that run, and when we come back, we'll work on whatever our next steps are. I'm not really sure, but I'll see everybody in just about 3 minutes. Welcome back, everybody. What have we got? I wanted to get a little more pipe, and another boiler or 10. Probably not 10, but you know. Two at least is pretty good. And that means another one of these pipes. We're actually going to need 3. There we go. I just want to have a little bit of extra capacity going on for the next machines that I set up. And I need to deal with my inventory again soon, because it's getting silly. And as always, I forgot the wrench. It always gets pulled out of my inventory into the crafting table. And then we're going to have another machine over here relatively soon. A bunch more bronze plates. Great. Lots of bronze plates. Lots of copper. Come on, finish that last recipe. I have faith in you. Okay. There we go. Nice, clean copper dust. And that 63 and 20. Oh, does that line up? Is that the right amount of copper even? Cool. I don't know how I achieved that, but I'll take it. This is running, just crushing some iron ore. I'll let this run and crush this chalcopyrite ore that I got. And then we're gonna have, I mean, more ores that we could start crushing to double things, but a little bit of a tin, a little bit of bronze floating around, some bricks, some tools. Just getting myself mildly organized. All right. So our next step, according to this thing, is the steam compressor, which does not look that hard to make. And then we'll end up using the steam compressor to make the bricks for the primitive blast furnace. These fire bricks come from compressed fire clay in a compressor, and then fire clay dust is brick dust and clay dust. So this is another big ol' recipe with lots of clay in it that we're going to have to figure out. But that's only once we want to make our first primitive blast furnace. To start with, for now, we're just going to do the steam compressor. And let's do that. Cool. Grab the redstone. All right, compressor done. That was easy. It's crushed iron ore. We don't have to go any further with. This can just go right into a furnace over here. But yeah, all these other ores pretty much we want to be crushing. What does it look like? I wanted to make a hopper. It's not great. Not awful, but it's not great. Yeah, we're not molding gears. Nice try, game. Alright, yeah, I need 6 iron plates. So let's do that. Get some plates going. Oh, right, and I wanted to start something else grinding away over there. What is valuable to start doing that to? I don't necessarily need the chalcopyrite. Pyrite. There we go. Because this turns into iron, so we'll just get more iron going for ourselves. We're going to need more wrought iron. We're going to need steel soon. So... okay, and with a hopper, what I can do now... oh, that'll block the steam input. Well, I guess I just do it right on the front, don't I? I actually want another hopper. I didn't even think about that. Let's do another hopper. I can start just piling my ores into these chests. And we'll, we will end up with lots of crushed ores. Let's just do the ones that I actually care about potentially smelting, though. Okay. So, copper, yes. Gold, yes. Lead, yes. Silver, yes. Asbestos, no. Goethite, yes. Siderite, sand, yes. Chalcopyrite, sure. Cobaltite, whatnot. Diamond, not yet. Galena, yes. Garnerite, yes. Limonite, yes. Graphite, no. Pentlandite, yes. Vanadium magnetite, not yet. Diatomite, not yet. Garnet sand, not yet. Basaltic mineral sands, yes. Okay. All this stuff. Gets piled in to this machine. And this thing is just going to be running in the background forever, constantly doing ores. This one, I can grab ores and put them in, or anything else I need to macerate. This will be the passive one. This will be the active one. And we finally have automation. It's not a lot of automation, but it's automation. And I was going to make another hopper, and then I changed my mind a little bit, but I'll make it anyway just so I have it. They're useful. That and that. Throw it in there. All right. And then the charcoal. Oh, that's right. I made 2 more boilers. So the charcoal will go in these. And they don't burn charcoal that fast, so these 4 machines will absolutely eventually catch up on the charcoal needs of, I'm not sure how many boilers. I could do the math. I don't want to do the math. Burn time is a minute 20. Well, no, that's the normal charcoal burn time. I think it's 960 seconds. Right? Because that's the top number. So yeah, if it's one every 960 seconds, 900 seconds is 15. So that's one every 16 minutes. And this makes one every 45 seconds. Is that right? Man, this can fuel a lot of those then. Alright, yeah, this is just gonna run slowly. Making crushed ores, etc. And then, yeah, we'll want to make a steam oven at some point. Using steam to smelt early on is very expensive, obviously, because we still don't have huge amounts of steam production capability. But it'll be better than this eventually, right? Like, just from a fuel efficiency standpoint. Even though we can't necessarily take advantage of that at the moment. Alright, that all looks good. What do we get? Oh, a block of wrought iron from this steam compressor. If I did want to make the steam grinder... Yeah, we can do these the old-fashioned way. We need potton, though. Which I can make, and it mentions it over here. Of a high throughput for the material tier and cost. Yeah. And if we look at the ingot in a... Can I do it in an alloy smelter? No, I can only do it from the dust at this tier. Interesting. Okay. And to make the dust, I need 6 copper, 2 tin, and 1 lead. All right. I'm going to go ahead and run this, There we go. Let this copper run through here, and then I'll crush it down, and we'll get copper dust that way. Tin dust and lead dust, I think we're going to do... We're going to end up with, what, 24 copper dust, and the potton dust recipe calls for 6 for a craft. Okay, that's 4 crafts. So we need 8 tin dust and 4 lead dust. Don't have tin over here. Not a worry. I have tin in here somewhere. And the lead, okay. This crushed pyrite can, well, it's the wrong. There we go. Oh. I'll throw this pyrite back in the, like, generic crushing queue. Oh, I've got like 32 chalcopyrite. I should cook that up. Because that'll be some nice copper for me eventually. Do some chores, chop down some more trees. Oh, really? Fine. Be that way. Stupid game. You go. All right, besides the potton, which I said I needed for the steam grinder, right? I started looking at the steam grinder and I needed potton for it. Yes. Let's actually start the crafting recipe for this. Just to see what we actually need. Yeah, we're not molding. No, try again. We're handcrafting that. Whoops. Pistons. Hit the heart, not the recipe tree. We'll use the forge hammer for the plates. We will make these the old-fashioned way. Okay, so this is gonna pull 20 of my potton, and I'm only making like 24 or something like that. Maybe 30. So this is gonna use quite a bit of it. Which is fine. That's what it's there for. But what do I need for these? Bricks. Oh, I didn't actually favorite a recipe for these. There we go. And I don't actually want this to be doing potton this far down. Just to here is fine. Just show me that you need potton ingots, and I will go from there. There we go. Well, apparently not quite. What did I mess up? Oh, I lost my piston selection. I lost my wood selection. I don't know how to mark those persistent as EMI so that it'll, like, always choose piston instead of sticky piston. Why would I ever use a sticky piston in, like, my wood choice and things like that? But, let's grab a log. Get this crafted up. What do I need? I need more bronze plates. All right. I think I threw some more bronze in here already. Yes, I did. And then there's nothing else I can do until I have the copper and I can make the pot and dust. I don't know what to do with this block of wrought iron. Guess I'm just going to turn it into wrought iron ingots and use it like normal wrought iron. There's no reason not to. What do I need to make? I need to make cotton dust. Again, I'm just kind of trying to keep no more than a stack of any single material in here, and the rest kind of overflows. Like, yeah, too much cobblestone, whatever. There we go. And that's going to work on a bunch of the potting that I need. Six more copper dust. Did I miscount? Or did I just have a couple of extra copper dust sitting around? Let's, you know what? Let's do, one more lead on tins over in here. I'll just make a little bit of extra, just so that I have it. All right. So I just need, a little bit more here. All right, 4 more of those. What else is going on over here? That's not being used at the moment. Oh, and this is stopped, I think. All right, crushed chalcopyrite. This can go right into the normal furnace and get smelted. Into more copper. if I care enough to move any of that over to the other one. I kind of do want this to be available when I need it, so I don't want to just be moving stuff over, like, at random just because I can. Steam grinder. All right, that is only part of this multi-block. We are going to need 22 machine casings, an input bus, an output bus, and a steam input hatch. So let's do the input casings first, I guess. Or actually, do the other ones use those casings? Input hatch. Oh, needs a bronze drum. That's funny. Input bus is a machine casing and a chest, and then you just use a screwdriver to swap them. Okay. Screwdriver should turn that into an output bus. Alright. That's 3 of the things. Steam input hatch is looking close, but not quite. Still using this recipe. Otherwise fine. Oh, I need more plates. Okay. Does look like I'm going to have to get some more bronze going soon as well. Not my favorite, but what it is. Bronze drum. 2 pipes and a steam input hatch. And then the last thing is 22 of these machine casings. Oops. And we are going to need a lot more bronze, looks like. So let's start smacking this bronze into plates. We're also going to need more clay for bricks. $44 clay. Yeah, let's go find some clay. That, yeah, clay, okay. A little bit of extra potton, that's just making copper, that's fine. Oh boy, another bronze drum. And then once we've got everything we need to actually build this most ridiculous of multi-block massive machines, we'll need to get, well, steam hooked up to it, obviously. But then it'll replace at least one of these macerators, like, in the system. As, like, our main way of just grinding through stuff. And I think I might have to make some more bronze. Not... Yeah, I will probably have to make some more bronze. I don't think I can get away with what I have, unfortunately. Yeah, this says I need 27 more, which is... Yeah, not enough. Yeah, 27 more bronze. Let's see. This is running lead right now. Take this cassiterite sand, and I'll start it running. I don't have the tin that I can easily process anymore, so everything else is going to have to be smelted, unfortunately. But I can do, like, these. Oh. Don't actually need to be doing the cassiterite sand. Throw this in here. All the crushed ores come back here. Eventually, we'll move more of this ore processing over to where we're doing machines, but it's fine where it is for now. Yeah, and these crush up ingots much more quickly than they crush up the ores. Yeah, this needs Invar, which, can I even make Invar? Alloy smelter, I can, okay. Iron and nickel in a... Oh, why am I turning those things into dusts? I don't need these to be dusts. I'm losing my mind. I forgot I could just do the ingots directly. So I need like 7 total crafts of this, of the however many I... Alright, let that run for a minute. Let's craft up a couple more of these. Nope. Let's grab some more bricks. Let's do that. Now let's craft up a couple more of those. Come on. Oh, this stuff is so slow. So spoiled by my current, Alright, I need 5 more plates. I think I've got 2 more sitting in here. Oh, 4 more. Alright. So I just need 1 craft of that. But this is going to, while not fix all of our slowness with everything, having this multi-block built is going to be huge for getting our, for starting to get some automation going, potentially, and also for just doing more with less more quickly. So we're going to drop the steam input hatch here. Yeah, that's fine. Casings. Let's see. The actual grinder is the face of it. The input and output buses, I'm going to do, like, on the back here and here. And then if I end up running any pipes, that's fine. We can run pipes to those pretty easily. Item pipes, I mean, obviously, not fluid pipes. And there we go. Structure formed. Now I just have to get it hooked up to our steam. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of these bronze fluid pipes. And I doubt that I have what it takes for that right now. So let's get some more. That is not a lot more. Oop, there we go. That's a bunch more. Bronze going. Let's grab this. Yeah, let's check on all of these. Get them. Stacked up. See how we're doing here. Yeah. Yep. And yeah, we're gonna be able to fill all of these up without too much more effort. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times 6. That's 48 steam a second. Not too bad. Not great, but not bad. Pig. That's hot. I need bronze normal. There we go. Like I said, I needed 5 of these. And I should have 1 more plate, I think, actually, back here. I do. Okay, perfect. So we got 5 of these. We've got our wrench if we need it. Let's get these hooked up. Yeah, we will need the wrench for that connection there. And then this, as an input, can hold quite a bit more steam than other machines do. But, like, more importantly, we can get rid of all this now. Oh, it needs the input hatch. I did this stupid. I forgot you have to access the input bus and the output bus. They're not just for, not just for pipe connections. They're how you actually interface with the machine. And that means that we will want them on the front. Structure formed, lots of steam. Okay, input bus. Start doing stuff. Yeah, this will run 28 millibuckets a tick, but it runs 8 recipes in parallel. So, like, yes, it's expensive, but worth it. Very much worth it. Do I have an axe somewhere? No, that's right, I used up my axe. How's this input hatch doing? We're sitting at 64,000. Yeah, we're making plenty of steam for this thing. Because, yeah, this takes 3/4 of the time and uses... a little bit more, I think, steam in total, but, like, man, I don't care. Alright, let's, do exactly what we had before. Actually... let me grab my soft mallet and pause this and make some adjustments. I do this, and then here, I put down this chest here, and a hopper against it. And then if I put out output bus like that, possibly Amato output enabled, maybe? I don't know, let's find out if this works. I want to see if my outputs end up down in here, or if I have to use pipes for that. I might have to use an item pipe instead of a... like, I'm pretty sure the hopper will work here. Yeah, the hopper works fine here, but here I might need a pipe. Nope. They hopper. Cool. That is beautiful. Thing of beauty, joy forever. Crushed ores now live here. Let's grab anything else that's a crushed ore. And all of it can come over here and go in this chest, because this is where the crushed ores live. And then anything out of this that I need to smelt, I can smelt. Whenever I go mining, I just drop it right into here. And this pulls through. Beautiful. I do actually want to smelt... Well, I need to make some Invar, and then I can work on this bigger steam oven, but I'm going to need a bunch more bronze for that, so I'm going to put more of this copper in here somewhere. Let's get it going. Oh, I've got a whole second stack of it. Beautiful. And then what else do we have? Limonite, pyrite, siderite sand we'll want to do eventually. Oop, that silver ore can go in there. The cassiterite we'll need for the tin part of our bronze, of course. But yeah, it does seem like everything is keeping up here. I need another lumber axe and a bunch more wood to start feeding those. This I could do with item pipes, actually. Run item pipes all the way along the back of these, and then have a hopper that just feeds into the item pipe. And I believe they would all eventually fill up. That's worth setting up, I think. Let's make ourselves another lumber axe, because we always need more lumber axes. Are we on wrought iron? Plenty. Let's start turning some of it into plates, though. Ooh, I've got some extra bronze. Excellent. Didn't realize I had some more bronze plates. It's not enough, but... Oh, we got a little more bronze for this, too. Okay. For the steam oven... Yeah, we need a lot more buried stuff. 8 of those, 8 of those. I mean, we can start working on them. Gonna need, yeah, more clay. And a little bit more bronze plate, okay? And then for these things, let's get our rods going. All right, so we're gonna need a bunch more bronze, which does not surprise me in the least. And then once we have that big furnace, because we'll also be doing steam crafts of smelting, I'll get to stop worrying about trying to get things into nice, like, even multiples of... nice, even multiples of 8 for fuel efficiency reasons. What just broke? Oh, that was my... file. Okay. New file. I made too many of those, didn't I? I absolutely did, because you get 2 of them per craft. Shoot. Well, hopefully I need it eventually. If not, I mean, it's bronze frame. It'll be decorative. Okay, this is... still very slow, but it's getting better. Oh, I thought I got rid of these pork chops. Go away. Let's get ourselves organized a little bit while we are waiting. We've got 2 firebox casings. We've got 4 of the machine casings. Got copper can go in here. All the crafting tools can go in here. Crafting material. That's an intermediate of what I'm currently crafting. Bronze drum, I don't know. That count as a crafting intermediate? Nobody knows. Bricks do, though. Bricks are definitely a crafting intermediate. More copper. All my tin right now is going right into bronze. Yeah, this needs to be plates. We're gonna need a bunch more plates. And then on this side, how are we doing here? This has got to be pretty much done. Yeah, we are pretty much caught up on all of the ore. Oh, these need more of... shoot. Yeah, I did make too many of these bronze frames. By a lot. Alright, I've got enough of those. I just need 12 ingots to turn into more rods. Okay. That is... oh, I need more copper. It's always something. Okay. I do have more copper, at least. Alright. So yeah, we need 4 more of those, and then we're also going to need, I think, 4 more machine casings, and Twitch is telling me that it is ad break o'clock. So I'm going to let Twitch run its ad while a bunch of stuff smelts for me, and then when we come back, we will finish crafting this oven, and this will get us much closer, or much faster, smelting. See everybody in a few. Welcome back from the ad, I hope. Sorry, I messed up my Twitch dashboard. At any rate, hopefully the ad is over and I'm not talking to the void. And we can wrap up this. Yep, I made one too many of these bronze frames. And then we're going to need more of the steam machine casings as well. I don't know what I did there. Oh, right. That's what happens when I try to sort this chest. It, like, sorts it across both inventories. It is bad. What is... Oh, right. I always forget. This takes into account whatever you already have. So if I say I want 4 of them, and I already have 4, it thinks I'm done. I actually want 8 of them, which is the total that I want. So it sort of knows what I want to do. All right, we got 8 of those and 8 of those. We also got to do the input bus and output bus again, and a steam input hatch. Oh, and we'll use that bronze drum. Excellent. But what I should do is get the Invar going that we need for the steam oven. So let's, get this. We're not metal molding. We're using good old-fashioned... We do have a forge hammer. That one we're making that way. Okay. Then let's unfavorite the Invar. Okay. So we need 20 Invar ingots. That's fine. A bunch of bronze. Like a stack of bronze. And this says we're going to have one of these left over, but we already have it, so I don't think we actually have to do anything. Yeah, some of this stuff is already done. So, like, we need more bricks, but I have bricks somewhere. Yeah. So we need a few more plates. And then we need to make 20 Invar ingots. And doing the Invar ingots in the alloy smelter, they come in groups of 3. Which means to make 21 of them, I need 14 iron and 7 nickel. Alright, we're going to start the Invar going first. And we're going to get some more plates bopping. Is there anything in here that I should just smelt up? Probably yes, but also I don't think I'm super short on anything. It's just, well, I do need more bronze. I do need... Yeah. Because this is going to end up using some of these things, so I'm going to have to craft a couple more of these. I should have crafted those last. That's okay. We'll get a little more brick bronze casing. I need one more of those. And then, yeah, the low pressure steam furnace. And then this is going to use up some of my intermediates, but that's okay. We will craft more. We're going to need to make more machine casings and more firebox casings, unfortunately. Firebox casings are kind of expensive. While we're waiting for other stuff for those, can I do the input busts? No, I need machine casings for those, which are a lot of... Okay. A lot of bronze. Alright, and I'm kind of waiting here for this to be done. Here we go. That is enough Invar for us to go through those parts of the crafting. Cool. Drop off this copper over here so it runs while I'm thinking about it. We're gonna have to make, yeah, a few Invar plates. The rest of these will go to... Yeah. The last one of those. The low pressure furnace. So we just need the Invar plates to be done. And then I think we're good for the main piece of the multi-block, and then we just need all the bronze that we need for the accoutrement of this thing. Two of those, one of those. So yeah, I need to make 2 more of these. Which means that I need a bunch more ingots to make more bronze rods and more bronze plates. That's fine. Should have more plates already and a few more ingots. And then also the steam machine casings. We also need to go back up to 8 of those. And I just need a few more. Okay. And then we're going to have to work on the input and output hatches, and then we're good. That's everything for this craft. And I'm hoping we're not going to have enough. All right, do I have anything in here that's... I mean, chalcopyrite makes copper, but I don't have any more tin. So I think, unfortunately, I'm going to have to go dig up more tin. Input bus, we want to make 2 of those. Yeah, those need heaps of stuff. Let's grab... Oh, I'm out of wood even. Okay. Right, because my lumber axe died. I remember this. Okay. Let's get some more wood. And then I'll make a few more chests so I can start working on those input hatches. Actually, no. I should go get more tin. That is the correct thing to do, is to get more tin. And then when I come back, I can, when I come back from getting tin, which is right here, fortunately, I'll work on the other things while the tin is being processed. All right, that should be some tin for a while. Hopefully, with that, we will... What else do I need to put away? Andesite. There we go. A little bit of copper. Yeah, I don't have any more tin, though. And until I get more tin going, I can't make more. All right, here's what I'm going to do. Throw a bunch of this copper into here while that's running. Oh, going backwards, is it? No, no, no. We have plenty of steam. Crushed tin ore. There we go. All right. Input bus. And then the output bus is the same but different. But I don't think I have enough bronze for it. No, I've only got 2 ingots there. All right. Actually, let's run both of these on copper, just so I can feed it to tin a little bit faster. And that should be fine. Let's see. Yeah, that's just making more copper. Do some more chores while we're waiting for things. We'll get this, charcoal sorted. I should really put an item pipe along here. I mentioned that earlier. But I think... not quite. Few short of having 64 and everything. But that's okay. Okay. That is a bunch more bronze. still not quite what we need for our craft. Yeah, we need another 6 here to get this done. And then the other thing we're going to have to make is the steam input hatch, which is another 6 plus 6 is 12. Okay. And then to turn this into an output instead of an input, it is just a screwdriver. And then the last thing we need is the steam input hatch. And I do have one of these bronze drums sitting around. So that is most of what we need. We just need, 12 plates, turn into a couple of pipes, and that. Didn't mean to save that. Didn't mean to save that. That one I'll keep. Oh, I never took... Ooh, an Invar mining hammer. Very nice. How does that compare to my... Oh, they're right next to each other. Same total durability. 3x3x1. Has efficiency. Okay. That seems to be the difference, is it has efficiency. Which is not a bad thing. To be clear, not complaining about efficiency. And then this is, working its way through all the tin. There we go. Cool. And I'm still going to need, like, 4 of these. So I'll let that keep, running in the background. But we can start building this machine. Don't know if I can get away with wall sharing these, because, like, they're funny shaped. Like, these have different bases than each other. So I can't wall share them easily. Unfortunately. In this I'm gonna have to figure out if I want to hopper the outputs like I did here. Here I just put the output bus in the bottom corner, but here I can't, because the bottom has to be these firebox casings in this, for this one. If I look at the multi-block level 1, yeah, they can only be firebox casings or input hatches. And then here is where I can put, machine casing, input bus, or output bus on this level. And then at the top also they can be machine casings, input buses, or output buses. Okay. So I'm going to do the output bus like here. Yeah, why not? Input bus here. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Structure formed. Okay. So this output bus, I'm going to have to run a pipe, basically. As long as auto output is enabled, it will push to here. I mean, maybe I can auto output put to a chest. I didn't test that. You know what? Let's test that. That's an easy thing to test. Or we could macerate our chest instead. That is also a decision that we could make. All right, what needs to go in here? I don't necessarily want to cook the tin, but the pyrite can get cooked. Galena, siderite, whatever. Doesn't matter. Let's go make these pipes and get that hooked up to steam. And I forgot a wrench again. I always forget the wrench. Thanks. For the wood pulp. Okay. What do I need over here? I need... that. It's not what I needed, but what I did. Got 4 of those, 2 of those, that's fine. I need the wrench. And I think that's it. Okay. Let's find out if the auto output does go into a chest or not. Yeah, it can auto output to a chest. Cool, I don't even need a hopper there. Perfect. Whatever I want to cook. The silver ore can go. Or, sorry, that's lead ore. Why not? I'll hold on to the tin ore because I can purify it instead of cooking it. Cassiterite, I can't at the moment. Cobaltite, why not? Garnerite, yellow ammonite, more cassiterite. Gold. There we go. Yeah, these I'll hold on to in crushed form. And we're just gonna readjust here and here, like that. I'll do the same thing here. Just so things look a little more consistent. At some point, I will have to come back with the... Nope. Tin. There we go. Actually, we can just take this right into there with it. Cool. So this will... all my random ores that need smelting will just end up smelted now. We are in a much, much better place automation-wise. We might or might not be in a good place steam-wise. We'll figure that one out. But for now... some of that. How many more of these do I need to crunch to make this a multiple of 3? 2. Okay. I want to keep some copper around because it's useful for other things, but... and with that, yeah, this is just doing its thing. It's going to keep spitting out iron first and whatever. I don't think I can make wrought iron better until yeah, I still don't have a better wrought iron recipe, so I still need a lot of iron ingots as inputs to the rest of the system. Speaking of, how is my wrought iron? I'm doing okay. And then in here we've got stuff that I wasn't gonna do yet because I don't have uses for it. I think all the rest of these metals, there's at least a plausible use for turning these ones into Ooh, we're out of space. That one's got a little more room. Alright, this macerator here is in the way. Let's do some item pipes. Let's do... this hasn't started doing the tin yet. I was gonna say, I think tin item pipes are kind of the... Oh, steam oven. Bunch of bronze. I'll take that. Tin item pipes are kind of the... Oh, I never made a pot and pipe. Well, let's do that. Small pipe is 1 plate. Normal pipe is 3 plates. Yeah, I'll just take the 3 ingots. We'll get 2 plates. We'll make 2 small pipes. Oop. Go. Then this tin. We'll just sit around. Till I need it to be bronze, basically. All right. That's finished. On the plate, I'll throw the pipe in here. It might be useful as an intermediate. Somehow I doubt that, but you never know. This macerator's not being used anymore. I should have taken it down when I made the big grinder. I didn't even think about it. Turn that back on. Not that it's running right now, but still. All right. Item pipes. This wants early item pipes. Cobalt, nickel, or tin. Cobalt are the best, but I bet they're expensive. Nickel might be a good intermediate, although realistically tin is fine for our purposes as far as keeping these fueled. Because these all use such a small amount of... since they all use such a small amount of coal. So yeah, I'm just going to cook up one of these stacks of tin dust. Actually, I'll cook up all of this. I might regret this later. I might have to end up having to can make a normal diamond pickaxe. I can just make a normal diamond pickaxe. Let's do that. I might end up regretting that if I have to turn it all back into dust at some point, but at least for now, it's out of the way. This is just voiding creosote again. This is very close to being full. Not sure how I got them, like, offset from each other, so that one's not ready at the same time as the other ones. I must have not needed the coal from it, or I didn't... Not sure. Not sure what I did. But regardless, as soon as it's done, I will also void it. Oh, I am surprised that that axe survived that. Okay, so how many of these furnaces do I have for now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of them. Alright. Let's make 8 tin item pipes. And actually, I need another hopper, too, for that. Lots of tin going on now. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Oh well. And then I'm also going to put just a hopper at the end of the item pipe to feed in charcoal. And that should be enough to keep all of these fed. It's just item pipe to hopper. Nice and easy. Don't need any fancy interfaces or anything. And then as I upgrade these to steel ones, once I start doing steel, oh, no rewards for making my first item pipes. But now we start to actually have some sort of automation going on. Throw that in there, throw that in there, grab this wrench, and get the item pipes hooked up to all of these. Open that end as well, because that's where I'll put the hopper. Alright, so I just need the 6 plates, and we're done. Those should be pretty much done over here. Yep. You're blipping. Are you out of steam? Ooh. Alright, I'm doing too much at once. Good to know. We're reaching some limits here. I wish I understood why this was changing its mode instead of turning on the one-way valve, because that's part of the problem, is we have steam sloshing around in this pipe that's not going out this way. But I can't fix the one-way valves because it's doing that instead. What was I doing? Right. Hopper. And if I drop the hopper here and throw coal in it, yep, it's sitting at 28 items, and all of these are at 64. Beautiful. And then if I check in a few minutes when one of these would have been done. Okay. I will accept that as reasonable for the moment. Right, it's the wrench. Yeah, shift right click with your wrench to disable input from a side. I do think that it just got itself in a weird, like, some key is the game thinks is pressed from alt-tabbing in and out or something like that. Because, yeah, all it's doing is changing the configuration mode. It's not actually letting me, Nope. That's so weird, and it's frustrating because my Steam is not working as efficiently as it could since it's not working. But I don't really feel like restarting the game to see if that fixes it right now, so for now, yeah, this is going to finish up its smelting soon anyway, and then the whole system will have a chance to, like, fully back up. Alright, let's grab 4 stacks of spruce and get these going again. And then, to get ready for steel, I'm going to need to start making some coke, which I do have mining hammers, so I could go grab coal, but that sounds like maybe more effort than I want to put in at the moment. I might wrap it up here. Like, this is a pretty good bronze steam age place to be. We're gonna want steel as like the next thing, but getting to steel is pretty involved, and I don't think the stream is going to go long enough for me to do an involved thing, and I don't want to start a thing and leave it halfway between. So yeah, let's call it here as like this is a pretty successful GregTech Bronze Age base. We finally got there. The alloy smelting is definitely still slow. But other than that, we're in pretty good shape. So and I can fix that. I can make more alloy smelters. That's not a huge challenge. But probably we want to instead be looking at upgrading them to high pressure instead of just making more low pressure ones. So yeah, that'll be next time if there is a next time. Thanks very much everybody who's tuned in, and thanks to the YouTube crowd as well. If you're on YouTube and want to see more of this, be sure to let me know in the comments, and I will happily do more. Or if you don't want to see more, let me know that in the comments too. The point of the Friday streams is to try new stuff, kind of have some variety going on, so I'm not always doing the same things all the time. So, yeah. And if you're on YouTube and want to watch live, there's a link to my Twitch in the description below as well. So thanks again, everybody, and I will see everyone on Tuesday for the usual Pyanodon stream. Bye-bye.